Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the DDMM YouTube channel for coverage of Round 7 of the 2022 Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. And it's a bit of a special one here tonight as we host the second of our endurance events for 2022, and it's the longest one we've ever done. It is here at Le Mans for our special 4-hour team endurance event. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the DDMM virtual comms box, as ever, here at our virtual version of Le Mans is Mr. Howard Mitchell. Good evening, Howard.
Good evening, Andrew. Good evening, everybody, or hello if you're catching us at some other time or in some other time zone. It is fantastic to be with you for this one, mate. This is something special, as you say. We are going to be doing our first proper endurance event here in the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship, and that's a discipline. We've seen so many different racing disciplines already this season, but that's a racing discipline that's quite close to my heart and yours, mate. So this one's going to be a cracker. Really looking forward to it.
Before we get the calendar of events, the itinerary of the events, run us through the championship scores, sir. How are we looking at what is properly the halfway stage of the season now?
Yeah, absolutely. So, top of the championship at the moment in terms of we're gonna talk in overall scores on this one. So Sam Sanders at the top of the table with 587 points, and he's followed by Michael Preston on 573, who's had a very good run of results recently to get himself up into that position. Charlie Summers is in third on 562. James Montgomery is in fourth on 551, and then Cameron Watson rounding out the top five on 542. Honourable mention to Josh Ladd, who is on 477. So you'd be going, why are you mentioning him, Howard? Well, it's because at the moment, if you take his drop score out of things, he suddenly shoots up to the top of the table. He has 3 round victories so far this season. So Josh Ladd, definitely not somebody we can ignore. But putting drop scores to one side again, if we look at the situation in Class 2, Matt Hale sits 8th overall in the standings and first within Class 2. 509 points that he's on. Andrew Dawson is next, not too far behind on 504. James Fremont is on 503 in third, and tied with Christopher Powell on 503. So that's crucial there. The top 4 within that class, they're separated by 6 points, and 3 of them are separated by 1 point. So 1 point really could make the difference there. David Whitehouse as well, not too far behind, 5th in class on 477. But Murray Adams is the one we should give an honourable mention to on the drop score side, because if you take into account 1 drop score so far, he suddenly shoots at the top as well on 442 with the drop score to be applied. So there's a few people there who move around quite a bit when you take account of that. At this halfway stage, it's difficult to know quite how to look at it, but it is the headline here, mate, is it's very close.
I'll take myself off the mute button. It's very close indeed, but we are shortly going to start our qualifying. Different qualifying. In fact, it's just in general, if you're a regular viewer to this series, different everything tonight. We will guide you through it in about a minute's time. Our qualifying is going to start, and it is the AM drivers. Why am I saying AM drivers? Well, as I said earlier, this is a team endurance event. So if you were with us on the channel about a week and a half ago, whilst Monsieur here was actually at Le Mans, we did a draw, a bit like an FA Cup style draw, and the vast majority of the teams were paired up as a pro and an AM. So basically a Class 1 and a Class 2. The Class 2 driver qualifies. They have 1 lap to do. They're going to make sure, hopefully, that they don't have any 1Xs, and that will set the grid for this race. It will then be a team endurance race, both drivers taking part, and the key bit for you all at home is that each driver has to do at least 1 hour and 45 minutes. So there's none of that, you know, as we've sometimes seen in the BUKC endurance races where someone does 5 minutes of a 1 hour endurance race and somebody else who's an alien does the rest. This has to be a proper team effort tonight between our drivers. It's also going to be an open qualifying session, so there may even be a little bit of tactics involved in that as well, with drivers trying to slipstream around what of course is a very high-speed circuit with a lot of long straights where a toe can be of advantage if you get it right. Eventually, once I get the sheet up, I'll remind myself of which teams that we've got due out on circuit tonight and who those pairings are. But for now, Howard, your thoughts on this circuit? It's one of our favourites, isn't it?
It's iconic, isn't it? It is Le Mans, and absolutely it's one of our favourites. And maybe I'll get into this in a bit more detail as the race goes on, but perhaps you're watching us tonight and you haven't ever followed Le Mans too much. Obviously you're aware of the Le Mans 24 Hours and the fame around it, but I don't get what the hype is. The challenge for me, well, the challenge for anybody about Le Mans, what makes Le Mans challenging as the cars head out for qualifying, and indeed we should mention, mate, this is the only qualifying of the year where multiple cars are on track at once, is it not?
Well, multiple cars out on track and they can all see each other.
Yes.
So normally we have the solo qualifying where everybody is out in almost like their own little parallel universe of a qualifying session. Not tonight. This is an added challenge for the drivers. If I'm one of the AMs tonight, though, I think I'm not focusing on slipstream. I'm not going for that carrot that's dangling in front of me. I just want to get a clean lap in.
Yeah, absolutely. And to finish the thought I'd started on, how much is that going to not happen this evening with everything that's going to be going on? What makes Le Mans a challenge and why people talk about pro and am drivers so much? As you're seeing here, they're on the Mulsanne straight. You spend such a long amount of time, such a high proportion of the lap, full throttle going in a straight line, that you want your car to be nice and slippery in a straight line, right? You want it to be aerodynamically efficient so it can just head down through the straight and have as much speed as possible. The only trouble is that there are also some technical sections, things like the Porsche curves and stuff, and at the start of the lap with the Forest S's, all that, those sections. And it's no good being really fast down this straight if you're going to throw it off the moment you get to those technical bits. And that's where the balance of the setup comes in, and the balance between a pro and an AM driver. Because a pro driver might be able to hold on to the car, but can your AM driver with that setup? So that is the compromise, the balancing act of Le Mans. That is part of what makes it such a challenge. It's not just the endurance. And that balancing act is what makes this a fascinating event. All right. correct. Yeah, absolutely. He's gone purple in 3 out of the... Oh, we have 7 sectors here, do we not? So he seems to be on a bit of a charge at the moment. Going to be interesting to see how this time comes through come the end of this lap. Board with him now, just out of the Indianapolis section. Now heading down, this is the last of the long straights before we get into the technical sections of the Porsche curves. Heading towards the sweeping right-hander at this point. Sorry, mate. Yeah, easy to psych yourself out, particularly through this, the corner we've just gone through as well. You know, you've done everything perfect in the lap, and now you've got to get it through the 4 chicanes at the end. It's tricky to do this bit, because you can easily overcook it, as you say. But we're going to see here how Matthew goes on the clock. Yeah, really, really. Oh, another last moment. Alex Cobb. Well, you said that they were one of the an interesting pairing to keep an eye on, mate. But at the last, there, apologies. I thought they'd already crossed the line, but a fantastic lap. A 3:57.45. The only driver to dip into the 3:57s for Alexander Cobb to put the 2 Alexes on pole position. Yes. Yeah. It definitely can be, and you've got all the anticipation. You've got a long lap with the heavy braking zones for these chicanes. You're absolutely right about the Dunlop chicane. So some cars are. I mean, you're right on the limit usually going into that Dunlop chicane at the start of the race as well. it is easy for people to trip over each other. And I think as well, Andrew, it's easy for people to... They've got past Tertre Rouge, they're on the Mulsanne straight, and they go, they breathe that sigh of relief. But you've still got two massively heavy braking zones at the chicanes. And I've seen so many races in iRacing. In fact, I've regrettably ended up being involved in some of these, where people will lose their concentration almost, and they misjudge the braking point, and suddenly it all ends in tears at those chicanes. So it really is, you know, a case of play the long game. That old adage that you can't win it on the first corner, but you can definitely use it. All of those apply, those cliches, because they matter here. It's about keeping a cool head. And hey, we've just seen qualifying. Ultimately, it's a 4-hour race. That isn't going to mean much in 4 hours' time, what we've just seen from the qualifying results. So it's really about playing the long game here and compromising and giving room and sensible heads-up driving. And my goodness, have I queued it up for for a bad example if I talk much more about sensible driving. But I hope the drivers will appreciate the length of this event.
Apologies, folks. You've only been hearing one half of the conversation because I had my mute and my pre-fade listen button correct, but pressed incorrectly whilst I was half eating my tea. So hopefully I'm back with you now. But yeah, no, I absolutely agree with everything that you say. It's a very, very special, tingling feeling before any race at Le Mans. Even I think for, you know, when you watch the support races on a Saturday morning before the big event, you still get that same atmosphere of it's a race at Le Mans. It's not any normal circuit, this. So all of our drivers very much looking forward to. Mr. Hicks in the chat. Hello to the chat, by the way. Let us know who you're supporting tonight. If you're enjoying the stream, irrespective of my pre-fade listen button presses, do give us a subscribe. Plenty of content coming up. Plenty of things coming up over the next few months. 2 minutes to gridding up, apparently. I think this is because the open qualifying was a certain set of time, and it's waiting for somebody else to come in and qualify, but nobody's going to come in and qualify because all of our 14 teams have had their efforts. David Whitehouse says, hope the wheel works. So there we go. But yeah, I think particularly getting to that first pit stop is what a lot of our teams are just going to be focusing on. We don't know which of the teams are going to start with the Pro and which are going to start with the AM. They may all start with the Pro, and there's been a lot of discussion about the way in which the teams formulate the next 4 hours and get that 1 hour and 45 minutes of running time in for at least the AM. I think there's potentially an argument, mate, is there not, of you start with the Pro, you have the AM do a good amount of the middle stint, and then you have the Pro to finish to be racy at the end. But if they do that, that means the AM's going to be doing a significant amount of time in the dark. You
took the words out of my mouth. We've got to note the fact. I'm not sure we have mentioned this yet. The 4 times speed that's being applied here. So we're having a 4-hour race, but it's going to cover 16 hours in the simulator. So we're going to have this really quick simulation of a nighttime, through the night race here. And you're absolutely right, mate. That's going to be the question there. If you put the AM in during that those middle stints, then fine. But how confident are they in the dark? This is not a floodlit track around the circuit, so they might struggle if they haven't done the due practice around that.
Indeed. I think we're a mere minute away from the start of this race. As I say, it'll be 4 hours long and a real challenge for the drivers out there. The grid has now been set, and iRacing's done it to me again. Let's get rid of that overlay. Here is your grid. Alexander Cobb will start on pole position, Matthew Whitefoot alongside. So that's the team of the two Alexes on the front row. Matthew Whitefoot and Steve Hicks will be starting from second on the grid. The team of Kirith Cali Ryan, Nathan Maximin. I don't think I quite finished my point about Kirith earlier. Nathan's internet is dodgy. It got hit by a massive DDMM comms curse at Imola. They are both in the same location. They are streaming as well, so we can keep an eye on them. They will still need to do all the driver changes and all the rest of it, and we've got rules to make sure that they do that properly. They'll be starting there from the second row. Craig Brown starts alongside on the second row, and of course Craig Brown's teammate is Cameron Watson. Andrew Dawson and Felix Connolly start from 5th. Great to have Felix Connolly back. It's his first round in a while, so great to have him back on board. Always enjoy seeing Felix race. James Fremont and Chris Hansen starting from 6th. Matt Hale and Josh Ladd starting from 7th. Ian Sumner and Michael Preston starting from 8th. Peter O'Connor and James Corp starting from 9th. 10th starting for Alan Curtis and James Waller. 11th place for Jay Elliott and Tom Dix. Christopher Powell and his teammate, which I'll remind myself in a minute, is Sam Sanders, of course, starting from 12th place on the grid. Murray Adams and James Montgomery starting from 13th. David Whitehouse and David Whitehouse starting from 14th. The nerves, how will they be tingling right now, Howard, as they sit just on the run from Arnage and up to the Porsche curves?
It is going to be quite a tense one, probably one of the more tense starts that we've had for this season. You know, they're going to be focusing. To be honest with you, I always find with these tracks where you aren't, when you go out on track and you grid up, you're not on the grid. I'm suddenly a bit disorientated. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I should know my, know these spawning places around the track a bit better. But no, there's going to be some tension here. Hopefully, this is going to be a very interesting one, mate, because you and I do a fair amount of endurance racing within iRacing. I think there genuinely could be an interesting range throughout the field.
Yeah.
You know, have you got the pro driver in the car? Have you got the AM driver car? Have they got experience in this format or not? Have they got experience around Le Mans, or did they have to do a lot of intense practice for this event? If so, did they do enough race starts? I think it's actually going to be quite a range throughout the field here. It
is a mix. It is a mix now that we find out who are starting in each of the cars. Alex Mitchell starts the 53. Steve Hicks starts the 21. We'll check with Kirith in a minute whether it's Kirith or Nathan in the 999. Cameron Watson, 41. Andrew Dawson has stayed in from qualifying in the 023. Josh Ladd has started the race as well. Other AMs that I'm seeing out there. Murray Adams is starting. And Jay Elliott as well. The cars coming through the end of the Porsche curves now and towards the Ford chicane for the start of round 7 of the 2022 Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship, live and exclusive here on the DDMM YouTube channel. Big thanks to our sponsors as ever, G3 Pro and Simply Catnip. We cannot call this one. There is no favourites, clear favourites in this one. We have no idea what is going to happen over the course of the next 4 hours here this evening at Le Mans. 14 cars rolling down towards the Ford chicane. Itself a tricky combination of corners. This will arguably be the easiest run through that they will have in the next 4 hours. The Porsche 911 safety car pulls off into pit lane around the final part to see the tricolor, and away we go for round 7 of the 2022 Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. The 4 hours of Le Mans is go. Great start for Alex Mitchell as the French Air Force flies overhead. He is clear going into the Dunlop chicane.
He is, yeah. I'm surprised there was quite a break in the middle of the field there as they all file their way through the Dunlop chicane for the first time. Are they going to be nice and clean through there? But yeah, it was an interesting start already, mate. I think the first few were able to get away quite tidily there.
Through the Forest S's then to Tete Rouge, and the first run down the Mulsanne here this evening. Steve Hicks trying to get in the slipstream already of Alex Mitchell, getting a bit of a gap to the Calirai car behind, on board with Hicks now, running down towards the first chicane, now known, of course, as the Daytona chicane.
Yeah, absolutely. Renaming of that chicane to mark the sort of renewed partnership, as it were, between ACO and IMSA regarding that LMDH category, wasn't it, that they chose to rename that. And Steve Hicks showing early on here what Le Mans is about, getting into the slipstream. As you can see further down the order, everyone filing through the mid-pack a bit more crunched up here at the start of the race.
Kirith has
early pressure. Go on, mate.
Sorry, Howard. Kirith has started the 999, so it is Kirith as the AM starting this race. Interesting thing that I think I heard into the Daytona chicane there, Howard. I thought I heard Steve Hicks already lifting and coasting. It's one of the big strategic challenges of this race. You can do 9 laps with the 72.5 litre fuel tank that all of these cars have. Easy. You can do that. That's fine. About 36 minutes if you base it on 4-minute average lap times. But if you're clever and you're good with your fuel saving, there is a chance that you could get a 10th lap, and that over the course of 4 hours could really make the difference. Change here for third.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Cameron Watson down the inside of Kirith Calirai as they break here for Mulsanne corner, and Kirith is going to have to let that one go for now, but he'll be immediately in the slipstream as they head down the next straight towards the Indianapolis complex. Important to note, Josh Ladd, it is who started that car behind them in that Simply Catnip car, keeping himself in touch with them in 5th place. But good battles going on here for first and indeed for third, as Cameron Watson leads Kirith Calirai into the fast sweeping right-hander at Indianapolis.
And very tricky fast right-hander before Indianapolis. A lot of the drivers have been learning the hard way in practice about getting the rear end of the car, especially a Ferrari and where the engine is positioned in this GT3 car, getting the car settled through that right-hander, because if you're not settled, you're probably... And there's been an incident at the back of the field. There's been an incident already, and I think it was involving maybe James Waller, because I think Jimbo has fallen to the back of the field. An incident in Arnage.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just checking from this blimp cam here, is everybody still running? And I think they are, but definitely a bit of tripping over each other there. And as you say, mate, James Waller has gone to the back of the field.
It's a deceiving corner, is Arnage, I feel.
On damage.
Yeah, big damage there on the 13 of James Waller, and it looks like, I think James, yeah, look at the steering through the Porsche curves. Waller's going to have to creep that back to the pits, and this is where we start to see straight away, there's time to recover this in this event, but that is not what you would have wanted. If you're James Waller and Alan Curtis, they've got to have a clean run now to the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be straight to the pit lane there, so they will be off rhythm, as it were, with the pit stops. But that can be its own blessing in many ways. Oh, if he doesn't go through the gravel trap, difficult to control the car at this time, and he is the only car reporting to the pit lane. So it was James Waller who was the only person to suffer some damage from that down at Arnage. Was it Arnage? Sorry. Or was
yes, it was Arnage that he had the problem. It's a corner it's one of those corners that really bites if you brake a little bit too late, I find.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, coming down the Mulsanne straight, we've got Josh Ladd challenging Kirith Calirai for 4th place. And he's going to be on the outside here, breaking into the Daytona chicane, but I think he's still going to get the job done, and indeed he does. Calirai slots into position there behind the number 42 Simply Catnip car, and that is Josh Ladd up to 4th place overall for his effort alongside Matt Hale.
It's still the early stage of the race.
We've got
the Dawson
David
car.
Whitehouse that's round.
Correct.
I think David's running the same or a very similar livery. In fact, I think he was working on this the other day. He was talking to me, oh, bad suspension damage on that, Andrew. That's going to be potentially towed to the pit lane, and indeed it is. And on this Michelin liveried car, the the Curtis and Waller car, they have actually opted to go for the driver change here, Andrew. So Alan Curtis now in for that team.
I suppose the saving grace is that the fast repairs are, of course, active in this series. So whatever the damage was, it wasn't too bad. And a driver change will have been performed. At least 30 seconds for a driver change. And as I say, we are monitoring that for the same location car of Calirai and Maximum. But in effect, if they're not silly on fuel, the fuel stops themselves will take care of that one. Through Indianapolis we go then, on board with Steve Hicks. And I think he is trying to stretch the fuel out here, Howard. He seems very calm on the throttle, very calm on the revs. We know Steve Hicks can rag a car quicker than this.
Yeah, we do. We do, and don't forget as well that Alex Mitchell is doing him a favour, punching a hole in the air for him on the straights when he wants to take advantage of that as well. So in a good spot here to do the fuel saving. There'll be a slight penalty on the tyre wear running this close to another competitor, but by and large, I think this could be a very interesting way for Hicksy to play himself into this one, running as he is here in second place. And of course, Matt Whitefoot, the other half of this effort.
A 4-second gap at the moment to Josh Ladd behind. Josh Ladd also no stranger to this circuit. He's had quite a few successes on iRacing around it over the years, and of course the Williams Esports driver looking to bounce back from a difficult IndyCar at Indianapolis round where he retired from the race. End of lap number 2 then. Mitchell from Hicks. There is Josh Ladd behind. Change for 4th place. I think that was Michael Preston going down the inside of Cameron Watson there. Good move from the Southampton BUKC driver.
Yeah, absolutely. Tidy little move there from Preston to get by on the number 41. But drivers don't want to lose at this stage, Andrew. It's about, in fact, at most stages of the race, let's be clear, it is not just about fighting for position, it is very much about working together to not lose too much time. So now you would think that obviously the opportunity presents itself, Watson will be back through, but there's also got to be an element of sitting tight and going, okay, let's work together. I have to say though, Michael Preston right onto the tail of Josh Ladd here. And well, this is an interesting.
Where have we said that before?
I was going to say that's quite a familiar thing to hear us say here in the Club 100 iRacing Championship.
News from the paddock: wheel failure for Motorsport Magpie, aka David Whitehouse. So that was the cause of the incident. I think it was the Daytona chicane. So he is now switching over to pad, which, to be fair to him, is exactly the reason why he said that he wanted to race by himself tonight. Didn't want to disadvantage another competitor with that issue, which started up at Indianapolis.
Yeah, absolutely. Right call to do that.
And still worth trugging around because there's big points on offer tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, we're in the early stages here of a 4-hour race. So it is definitely not, you know, there's definitely plenty to race for, as I think that was Colin the Cone getting some early injuries in there as they were braking for Mulsanne corner. Good positioning on the exit from them all there in this battle for 3rd down to 6th. Say down to 6th. Sam Sanders isn't a million miles off of this pack either.
It does very much feel like with the pace at the moment, what we're looking at 358, 357 for Preston last time around, that at least at the start of the race, a few of them are going to try and do the 10-lap fuel-saving stint.
Yeah, exactly. And this will be the time to sort of do that experimentation. Can you make that work? It's a nice way of settling yourself in as well. I think if you are, you know, in a pack like this, mate, I often find that lifting and coasting, it's not just good for fuel saving. It's also good for just giving yourself a little bit more control in the braking zone if you're worried about the person in front of you stomping on the brakes or braking a bit earlier than you. If you lift off and you're already losing speed a little bit, it can give you just that little bit more control in a pack like this in the braking zone. So it all sort of ties together quite nicely to try that out in these early phases, I think.
More news from the pit lane. Sound failure for James Waller was the cause of the spin down at Arnage, as this big squabble into his Cali ride down the inside of Watson there, taking the 999 through. I'm talk amongst yourselves, everybody. I'm going to give Trading Paints a refresh, and hopefully it won't fall over on me. Oh, it nearly did fall over on me, because we want to see the livery from Kirith, not just the stock red Ferrari that it always seems to show when I try and watch him go round. But there we go, through the chicane, Dunlop chicane. Great viewpoint from the grandstand up towards drivers left, under the Dunlop bridge. Will we see a cracking sunset like we saw a few weeks ago at Le Mans? It was a proper doozy. I don't think I've ever seen more photographers in one place at any one time than watching sunrise from Dunlop Bridge a few weeks ago.
I imagine you probably didn't, no. Or probably haven't indeed, as it now looks to me like Cameron Watson is going by on Kirith Calirai. He's alongside here as they head towards the Daytona chicane. And he gets the job done long before they're in the braking zone.
Hello to Chris Boardman in the chat. Is this a league on iRacing? Yes, it is. This is the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. A championship that was born out of Lockdown 1 and as not being able to do any Club 100 racing for far too long. So the championship was formed. It's gone from strength to strength. Thank you for tuning in, Chris. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Side by side there between Sanders and Calirai. Kirith Calirai streaming, of course, over on the Kirith Kart channel. So if you want a driver's eye view of the race in sequence with us here on the main DDMM broadcast, do go and check that out. The pace at the moment, Howard, Mitchell and Hicks, high 57s, low 58s. This group more down around nearer to 4 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. So interesting to note the pace difference there between them. And yeah, it's interesting how the two out front are able to pace themselves at the moment, because you have to have thought, I mean, I would have thought that there are drivers in this pack, Andrew, that we're watching right now that could quite comfortably go sub 4 minutes if they wanted to. So it's interesting to note that they're not at this time. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is the true performance that they've got at the moment. But it's going to be interesting to see how that pace develops over the race.
Sorry, I left you hanging there, Howard. I was eating a bit of my tea. Tyres. We've not talked about tyres yet so far. That is another factor in this. And it's really been the challenge put forward by the series organisers. As you said before, we're trying out all these different disciplines that we've been doing across the course of the season. It's very open on strategy tonight as to what the drivers can do. And fuel and tyres aren't done at the same time. So if you do want to take a new set of tyres, you're going to have that time penalty for it. Hence why they're going to perhaps want to take care of them, particularly now when the track is a little bit warmer. Very close here through the Porsche curves. Getting very close indeed. Is there going to be an opportunity for Sam Sanders there in the light blue and white car, fourth in the train? I think that was Josh Ladd just getting a little bit offline, getting it back together for himself in the middle of the Porsche curves, but then all concertinaing back.
Yeah, interesting moment there, but no harm, no foul for now. It's going okay. in this pack as they come on to which lap are we beginning at this point? It's lap number 4 that they're on now. So at that midway point, more or less, in the stint. Although, as you say, mate, that's going to be an interesting aspect to track in of itself.
Hearing from Craig Brown in the chat that lad is saving fuel, saving like mad. Let us know if you want a quick chat, Craig, because we've got our chat open for the drivers tonight to let us know how their races are going. On board now here in this train, Cameron Watson just ahead in that 41 that he's sharing with Craig Brown. Sam Sanders, is he just going to sit in the slipstream? No, he's going to pull out as they run down towards the Daytona chicane. This is over 5th place in this race. And it's good to see at the moment that I think we've got a good group of experienced drivers here, Howard. A lot of them are knowing that there's a long, long way to go in this race. They're just taking it nice and calmly. Yeah,
very level-headed so far from the drivers, which is good to see, because I'd teed them up for a failure on that one by talking so much about it pre-race, but they are sticking to that for now. Even that incident that we saw for James Waller was not related to other drivers around him. It was a sound issue. Really difficult, that, by the way. Anyone who's ever had the sound cut out on them, I had it in quite a lengthy, or it certainly felt lengthy after it started, MX5 race around Spa-Francorchamps, and it's just, you do not realise how much the audio gives you that context for driving in a simulator. It really was quite unnerving and quite difficult to focus on, what was happening. Obviously, you've got the force feedback through the wheel, you've got your familiarity with the circuit, but yeah, the sound is crucial. So easy to make a mistake if that's having issues for you.
I've just realised, mate, that we can get some data on these cars, because I'm having a look at Kirith Kalirai's stream. And well, I can tell you that the last time around on the fuel lap, he used 6.95 litres. That rate, I think, is going to get you to the 10 laps that some of these teams are looking for. Back with our leaders, though, Alex Mitchell and Steve Hicks. Team of the two Alexes ahead. Steve Hicks and Matthew Whitefoot. And to be honest, I think they'll be quite happy with this. They'll be looking at that gap back to Michael Preston and Josh Ladd. They'll know how quick they are, and they'll see almost 13 seconds.
Yeah, pretty comfortable start for things, isn't it? So they're going to be fairly happy, I would have thought. Heading now through, and this is the technical section I was talking about. If you've got a nice slippery car down the straights, it might not be what you want through this part of the circuit. Although we should, to just clarify my point on that one, everyone's running a common setup, are they not, on this one?
Yes.
On this event. So we should stress that, but it's the same rule applies, right? What your pro driver can hold on to through these kind of technical sections as they come around to complete another lap isn't necessarily going to be the same that an AM driver can hold on to. So that's important to bear in mind as Steve Hicks sets a new fastest lap of the race there, I believe, a 3:57.57. So good pace that he's got at the moment in second place.
So the second group, I can just see on Kirith's stream coming over the line now, 36.7 on the fuel, 7.25 usage on that last lap. It's going to be tight, I think. It's going to be very tight. As into the pits comes David Whitehouse, who I think is having more steering problems. So.
Yeah, I've got... it's interesting that. Have we seen Dawson here pit? Because he's showing on... he's had one stop. I'm not sure if we covered that.
Oh, okay. Hasn't had a driver change, so perhaps had an issue out there. And has fallen a bit further back. The car is looking a little bit gingerly round. Well, I say gingerly, it just absolutely smashes the sausage curb on the last part of the Ford chicane there.
Yeah, I think he stopped at the end of lap 2. So interesting play there from Andrew Dawson, teamed up with Felix Connolly, who we've yet to see.
So I'm looking at the numbers. What was it? 36 something and 7.25 on the fuel. So using 7.25, probably looking at 5 laps. I reckon this group are on for a 10-lap stint here. If they keep at this pace, and more importantly, the fuel usage is down the inside, looks Michael Preston on Josh Ladd. And behind as well, Cameron Watson having a fight with Sam Sanders. And these 4 drivers have all been at the front of races so far this season. 22 minutes of the race gone so far. And yeah, you can see the graphic up there that yes, we have seen Andrew Dawson in the pits. I've got to think that was unscheduled though, because that's way too early at this stage of the race. Unless I'm going to park that thought for a moment, they are already doing some funky stuff in terms of counting back fuel to the end of the race. Because if you did run 36-minute stints throughout the race from start to finish, it would leave you like a 20-minute stint at the end to get to the 4 hours. Side by side between Ladd and Preston once again as they go down to Indianapolis.
Absolutely, and Ladd stays in that 3rd place for now in the Simply Catnip car. We're talking about how drivers are on the limit through that Indianapolis section. Those who didn't follow the Le Mans 24 hours a few weeks ago, was it no less than Robin Friends who came off at that point in one of the WRT cars, I think.
Yeah, they definitely did have some problems with the W. I've still to watch the race back, so my memory of it is fuzzy as... Oh, Ladd was very close to the wall there through Porsche curves.
Yeah, absolutely. He is pushing hard here, although I agree with the assessment that he must be saving fuel to a certain extent. But yeah, very interesting to see these this pack of cars at the moment.
The pace again last time around for Mitchell and Hicks, mid 357s. It's the end of lap number 6 for them. Josh Ladd comes over the line and does a 3:57.08. So yes, these drivers are starting to pick the pace up now as the fuel starts to burn off. And they've understood now that the fuel saving's been done to get them that 10th lap. So you may as well get on with it now and get those crucial seconds. How, if you can see it at your end, mate, how is track temperature looking like? Because we can already see the shadows lengthening.
Yeah, so track temperature at the moment is 33 degrees C. And it's 10 to 7 in the evening in sim time.
This is a period of the race in real life that I absolutely love. As the you know, you get into the evening, you can smell the barbecues being lit up around the circuit. You really feel like the race has got going at this point. It's like everyone's got through that initial stage. Some will have fallen by the wayside, as we saw this year, of course, but this really is the point as you now start to get towards night time that you really start to think about putting some faster laps in.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a really nice period of the race in reality, and hopefully for our drivers right now. As you say, interesting that these drivers are ramping up the pace at the moment.
I think we can just about hear as well on the TV cams that there is still a little bit of lift and coasting going on with these guys. And more problems for David Whitehouse, unfortunately, reporting in the chat. But hopefully doesn't have to retire from the race, because that would be a shame to lose a car this early. Just about skirting the gravel there at Mulsanne corner. Another corner, very, very easy to get wrong here, Howard. I think he may have gone for some tea. There he is.
No. Yes, it is a difficult corner. Sorry, Andrew. Yeah, and deceptively so as well. Because you'd look at it on a map and just think, oh, it's just, but it's just a right-hander. But the braking for it has this slight kink to the right in it. You're right on the limit, having gone down through all these straights, and it's definitely deceptive to look at, because it could be quite a challenge. As is this one, the tyres there on the exit of the right-hander they've just gone through can also catch people out. We've seen plenty of people lose out there in the past, as once again it's side by side. Yes, it is.
Bit of a brave one there from Josh Ladd up the inside on the entry to Porsche curves. Michael Preston lets him go. The two title rivals putting on a good show here today. So this is going to be the end of lap number 7. And now I think you're really going to start to see some interesting things in terms of strategy to indicate what sort of position these cars are in terms of fuel. Not going to pit now, obviously. Just to report further down the order, still Murray Adams in 8th place, James Fremont in 9th place, Peter O'Connor running inside the top 10 as well, Jay Elliott in 11th. None of those have pitted. None of those have pitted yet. The pace has gone up at the front of the order. 3:56.43 from Alex Mitchell. It's a brand new fastest lap of the race so far. And the lead of about half a second over Steve Hicks at the moment, who is also in the 3:56s. But then again, these drivers are in the 3:56s as well. Josh Ladd only 0.02 of a second slower on that last tour of Circuit de la Sarthe. Ted Rouge, there you go, down towards the Daytona chicane. I think there have been at least a couple of issues though for Jay Elliott, because I'm just noting that he's some 35 seconds behind Peter O'Connor, the next car up the road from him, but still a long way to go, of course. He's got a fast teammate as well in the shape of Tom Dix. Through the Daytona chicane they go once more. Just about see that Cameron Watson is starting to lose touch, unfortunately, with the 3 ahead, at least for this phase of the race. Maybe he's just making sure that he gets to that 10th lap. You can hear there, definite lift and coast from this group of drivers midway round the 8th lap of the race. If anyone's pitting on this lap for fuel only, they've definitely got it wrong. Hopefully that is not the case. You're watching live coverage of the 7th round of the 2022 Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship Private League. 4 Club 100 and BUKC drivers present and past. So if you have raced in Club 100 at any one point and you are on iRacing and you are interested, do check out the information in the description below to get involved. As we're at the halfway point of the season, we'll be in the Formula 3s in a few weeks' time at the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone, of course. I'm very much looking forward to that. I've already seen the F3s in action so far this season. Produced some great racing amongst this group of drivers. And Silverstone, I know I'm biased, being British and all, but is one of the best circuits for wheel-to-wheel single-seater racing. So definitely tune in for that. Make sure you've subscribed and click the notification bell. And good evening to Greg Smith as well. Evening, lads. Feeling a lot better after my shunt back at Glanny-Gores. Ready for Clay Pigeon this weekend. Good to hear from you, Greg. We won't be at Clay Pigeon this weekend, unfortunately. But a full weekend of racing. And I think I'm right in saying that this is also the weekend where our Class 1 and Class 2 winners from last year get their prize for winning the championships last year. So Chris Hansen, no, it won't be Chris Hansen because he stepped aside from racing duty. So Matt Horgan and Josh Ladd will be flying the flag for the iRacing community within Club 100 in the team endurance race at the weekend. And I think Howard's back with me. I think he's playing with the graphics, which is understandable. They're
Hello.
Interesting things are happening. Clay Pigeon endurance racing for our prime iRacers from last year. What advice would you give to them ahead of that challenge on Saturday, and how do you think they'll get on?
At Clay Pigeon.
Yep. Has he fallen off his stool? I think he's
Sorry, no, I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, Clay Pigeon's an interesting track. It's a lot of fun. One that I enjoy quite a lot. Hopefully, Andrew, because we're going there in June, it will be lovely wall-to-wall sunshine. But we do know that can be rather changeable at Clay Pigeon Raceway in Dorset. So that will be something. Drivers will have to keep a weather eye on the skies above them. But it's high speed, it's fast paced, is Clay Pigeon. It's quite old school in that sense. And that's one of the reasons why so many like it. Oh gosh, as we come on board with Sam Sanders, by the way, you can really hear the fuel saving now. Gonna stay on board for a little while and see just how intense the fuel saving is. But a lot of lift and coast going on here. But yeah, not the easiest track to overtake on is Clay Pigeon. But it is somehow that also produces really good dogfights out on track, which I know sounds a bit counterintuitive. You can overtake, it's just not the easiest. Yeah, there is the lift and the coast from Sam Sanders again. So this pack definitely trying to pace themselves and want to keep an eye on.
Sorry, Howard, we have had a change for the lead. Steve Hicks has gone up the road and done a 355.66. It was a 357 from Alex Mitchell. I don't know whether there was a mistake on that lap or not, but change for the lead. And the number 21 ahead of the 53.
Yeah, absolutely. So Hicks taking the lead. And I wonder if that means anything of significance in terms of fuel saving. He had, as I say, as we've noted previously, been sat quite comfortably in the slipstream of Alex Mitchell. Is it, it's a little late in the stunt to just be returning the favour, as it were. So it's an interesting one, isn't it?
Well, this is lap 9, so it will be the lap to see whether anyone has gone full out to get a good fast start or managed to get a 10th lap in. Alan Curtis, I can see, is out on circuit. We know they stopped on lap 1 through the Porsche curves. And we'll find out in a few moments' time as to whether these two drivers who've been out front from the very start of this race. Alex Cobb started, well, got pole position for the two Alexes in the number 53. Alex Mitchell led the race out from the start, but on this last lap they have changed positions, and Steve Hicks in the number 21 has kept going. Are they going to peel into the pits? No, they're going to carry on round. So I'm sure that they are confident in their fuel. You wouldn't risk trying to get it round this early stage of the race, but is that potentially a bit of a kick in the stomach for this group here, Howard? Because they would have been hoping to see Hicks and Mitchell both peel into the pits at the end of lap 9, and they have not.
Yeah, they certainly would have done, given the pace difference, wouldn't they? The only thing I can think is maybe was this Pat a little more fuel thirsty earlier. It's an odd one, isn't it? Because at the start of the race, there was a clear gap. I noticed that Josh Ladd there was a big gap in the field as they got going. So I wonder if that just allowed Hicks and Mitchell to get away a little bit. But it has opened up into quite the gap. It has to be said. I mean, it's some 13 seconds as we bring up the gaps here on the timing tab.
Sorry, Howard, we have pit activity. Kirith Kalirai has come into the pits. So that car did not make 10 laps. Neither did James Fremont or Peter O'Connor. So we'll mark those down that Kirith has done a stint. In effect, each driver has to do 3 stints at least to comply with the rules. I'm just having a look to see if a driver change is being performed in the Kalirai and Maximum car. I think the answer is no. Kirith is staying at the wheel. And James Fremont exits pit lane as well. As does, or as will, Peter O'Connor in a short moment's time. So it looks like everyone, at least at the start of this race, Howard, is sticking in for a double.
Yeah, with the exception of Waller switching over to Curtis, but we know that that's largely due to the issues that James Waller was having. And Jay Elliott now comes into the pit lane.
Does indeed.
Oh, and is that David Whitehouse just rejoining as well after the damage repair?
Yeah, so he's been working on trying to get the wheel and or pad working. Final try is what I'm hearing from David in the chat. Now, the interesting thing here, as we great cut on the cameras there, Andrew Dawson, I say we didn't see the pit stop, but we just wondered, was it a little bit early to try and offset the strategy and do the short, I wouldn't quite say splash and dash stints, because it is a bit more than that, but the half stints that a perfect run would give you at the end of the race, but do that stint at the start of the race and now do 9 laps, 9 laps, 9 laps all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Have they back calculated this geniusly, as it were, in that car? As he's side by side now with Kirith Kalirai, and Kirith is going to hold the inside there into the second Mulsanne chicane.
And of course, as we know, mate, from our Daytona 24 effort earlier in the year, Mr. Dawson knows how to operate a calculator.
Yes, yes, indeed he does. We have seen ample proof of that. That's a good point. As Jay Elliott gets underway, and no driver change in that car either, so sticking with the pattern of almost all of the teams of doing that double at the start. But yes, no, very good point there. That Andrew Dawson is not too shabby at working out the odd race strategy here.
So, looks like the leaders are coming round and into the pit lane. Alex Mitchell pits. Steve Hicks is pitting also, and it looks like they swap back round again. So, Alex Mitchell completes the end of stint number 1, excuse me. And Josh Ladd's going round again. Well, yeah. This was not predicted.
As to is Michael Preston, Andrew. So that's big if they think they can get round this. Well, they obviously think they can get around this 11th lap. But yeah, that is quite something if they can do it.
Well, all week we've been talking about 9-lap stints and maybe a 10-lap stint. As Steve Hicks has overshot his box there, has going to lose a bit of time as a result of that. And that could be crucial at the end. Sanders has pitted as well, as has Murray Adams and Cameron Watson. So
driver change in the 21, Andrew. Matthew Whitefoot is getting into the car there.
Okay.
Not seen anyone else change yet.
It'd be interesting to see whether tyres are changed. I think they may leave them on here, and this be a bit of a thought of give Matthew a bit of time on some warm tyres and not have that tricky first lap. Get him into a rhythm, get him into the race. Sanders goes down pit lane, and look how much time was lost there with that issue in getting into the box for Steve Hicks. That 12-second gap back to the second group has gone.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really a really interesting development on that one. The time lost as well with the driver change there in the 21 car. Here is Matthew Whitefoot now out onto track and behind Sam Sanders ahead, and that's going to be interesting, Andrew, that you know, drivers coming out onto the track. Is that a clever play there from the 21? Where are we at sim time? We're just coming to 8 p.m. sim time, and of course that is moving. Every 15 minutes we're going through an hour in the sim, remember?
Yep.
So is that a bit of a stroke of genius? I'm trying to recall when sunset would be. Way off yet.
It's going to be about, yeah, it's going to be about close to 10 o'clock in the sim time. Still some light for the drivers, and I say it won't go dark quickly, if that makes any sort of sense. It's the European light seems to hold on a bit more than other places. 2 left in the pits according to Hicks. Cost us 10 seconds. So a big hit there. We're on board now with Andrew Dawson in this really intriguing battle with Kirith Kalirai ahead. Both drivers have done the first stint. They are double stinting at the moment. We suspect Andrew Dawson and Felix Connolly are doing something slightly different on strategy. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Josh Ladd and Michael Preston both haven't pitted. We know they've been fuel saving a lot. And, well, that could, really could, save them a pit stop over the course of this 4-hour race if they're picking up 2 laps of fuel on some of the other cars out there.
Yeah, this could be huge in terms of the strategy of this race. Just thinking back historically, Andrew, to how much this has played a role before. I'm going to embarrass myself and get the year wrong now, inevitably. Was it 2015 where you had the huge battles between Porsche and Audi and Toyota? And I want to say, was it Toyota managed to pull an extra lap of fuel out in the night when it was cooler?
Not sure that it was Toyota. It might have been the Porsches, because the Toyotas were a bit nowhere in. Well, they weren't nowhere in 2015. They were just there, as into the pit. So they made it. They did. That is an astonishing bit of driving from both Josh Ladd and Michael Preston. We've seen them be quick. I don't think we've ever seen them save fuel like that, and that really has put a bit of the cat among the pigeons in terms of the rest of this field. I don't think the likes of Steve Hicks and Alex Mitchell and Sam Sanders would have been expecting those 2 cars to go and do 11 laps in the first stint of this race. No, I think not. That is the gauntlet very much being thrown down. You know, we're in an endurance race. It's about how far can you go on a tank of fuel whilst maintaining the pace. And the crucial thing here, Andrew, is whilst they were very regulated on the pace there, it wasn't bad. No. You know, it really wasn't bad. Best lap times each of in the 356s. That's really not too shabby, considering the fuel that they were saving. So this is an interesting one. They've even swapped positions just to keep things exciting as well, with Preston ahead now of Sam
Ladd.
Sanders. Sanders has got through. Sanders has got through past Michael Preston, just through the Dunlop chicane.
Both of them. He's gone through both of them, I think, because as they came out the pits, I think he was just behind them, but he's arrived on the scene, obviously all warmed up, and has immediately got through on them there. And now this, Andrew, I tell you what, if they were planning to fuel save again, this is again where you've got to have that restraint as the racing driver and just go, it's okay, it's all fine, just focus on the plan, play the long game.
So just looking through, we have now had everybody pit and do at least 1 tank of fuel in the service. So what is our state of play? 45 minutes into this, the 7th round of the 2022 Club100 BUKC iRACIng Championship. Let's just having a look there to see if Josh Ladd was going to nip by Michael Preston, but he does not. Alex Mitchell leads by some 7.3 seconds ahead of Sam Sanders. Sam Sanders, this is a really, really interesting stint to feel for Sam Sanders next, to see, now he's clear, almost, of Preston and lad ahead. Does he kick on? Does he try and win this race on pace? We'll see as we go along, but there is Sam Sanders in second place. Third place for Michael Preston now, so he did draft by Josh Ladd on the run from the Daytona chicane. There they are, third and fourth, having just pitted after 11 lap stints to open their accounts. Fifth place now, Matthew Whitefoot. Driver change has been performed by his teammate Steve Hicks. I'm getting some laps ticked by, and we'll see what the pace like is in due course. 4 minute 3.09 last time around, but that will have been as Matthew's getting himself up to speed. Here's the driver in sixth place, Cameron Watson. 4:49.12 on the last lap, so Cam made the fuel go long as well. Seventh place at the moment is Andrew Dawson, with Kirith Kalirai just behind in eighth place.
And this is the one that's interesting in terms of them being well off of out of sync on pit stops.
Yes.
From what we saw early on, so that's going to be an interesting one.
Next up is Murray Adams, still in ninth place there in the blue and orange car. James Fremont in a quiet race at the moment, but the pace is decent. Best lap time so far of a 3:58.67, which was his last tour off the circuit, so that's good to see from James. The pace is going up. Good line through the no-name kink there before Indianapolis. Peter O'Connor is in 11th place. Building his I rating up, I see there as well, is Pointy. 18.99 now on a B licence. Good to see. Jay Elliott is in 12th place. Best lap time, also the last tour of the circuit. Jay did a 4 minute 1.62. Very much still finding his feet with iRacing. Big Gran Turismo sports player. But I think with a bit of time in the sim, Jay Elliott, well, I mean, we've seen his pace in the sprints as well. Former round winner in the Premier Sprints within Club 100. Could be a force to reckon with if he wants to, I think. Put the time in. Here's Alan Curtis. This is the car that span on lap number 1, whilst in the hands of James Waller. Last lap time was a 4 minute 19.81 for Alan. And they're in 13th place. David Whitehouse still circulating round, is currently on that car's 7th lap, so is some 4 laps down from Alan Curtis. As into the pits comes Andrew Dawson. Now this is intriguing, because this is lap 13 that he's come in. Ends that battle with Kirith Kalirai. Now if that was a 9-lap stint...
it was a 10-lap stint.
Okay, his driver change has been performed. Felix Connolly is getting in.
Yeah, I'm going to say, yeah, that is a 10-lap stint, and they're going for the driver change, as you say, Andrew. So that was a full stint. Very interesting to see from this team how they're playing it.
So away goes Felix. First car to do their second stop. Back out onto circuit, and I imagine they've not changed tyres with that stop either. Felix should be able to get these tyres through at least one more stint. How's the pace looking for our drivers up at the front, Howard?
Yeah, it's an interesting one to keep tabs on this. Alex Mitchell now is lapping in the 3:54s. Which I believe, excuse me, he's just actually done a 3:56 was his last lap time, so apologies there. So pretty decent on the pace. You know, these are GT3 cars around Le Mans. That's not too shabby at all on the pace front there. Josh Ladd is actually there's quite a few here where we can't make this judgment, can we? Because they Josh Ladd we can't judge because I think that's his pit time last time round. Sam Sanders is in the 355s. And here he is going through.
Ooh.
In fact, here is the move. Oh my goodness me, that's right on the limit there. And still Josh Ladd stays ahead in second place, but Sam Sanders is looking to get by, and he needs to in many ways, Andrew.
Yeah.
If he can't do the 11-lap stints, he's got to beat these two super savers in the form of Josh Ladd and Michael Preston on raw pace. So he's got to get by here, otherwise his strategy is really compromised.
Good evening to John Ratcliffe, aka Moto Meerkat, who simply says Josh Ladd is my hero. Well, he's being a fuel-saving hero so far tonight. Through the Porsche curves they go, and woof, so close to that wall again. That retaining wall on the right-hand side was Josh Ladd. Bit of a clip of the curb. Got to be patient through the Porsche curves. Very easy to get it wrong. This race just bubbling away at the moment. It's not quite sprung into life yet, I feel, but the strategies are already being applied. And there we go again. So what are the lap times looking like this time? 3:54's fastest lap of the race so far from Sam Sanders. 3:54.45, and crucially 1.5 seconds quicker than Alex Mitchell last time around, as Josh Ladd is really skirting with the levels of what you can do through the Dunlop chicane. That was nearly a bit of an incident through the just clipping the grass there. I remember the Chevrolet Corvette in GT Pro going off there a few years ago.
So we've got to say, looking at these times, Andrew, that for whatever reason, the fuel-saving philosophy that these drivers had, particularly Josh Ladd and Michael Preston in their first stint, seems to have been dismissed at this point, as there's been a change here as well, hasn't there, for third place. Has Preston got back through on Sanders?
Yes, he has. Yes, he has. So Michael Preston moving through, seeming to like that first run, or at least the run through the Forest Esses, and then down towards Daytona chicane.
They are going to slowly pull Alex Mitchell in here. So I don't know, do they just make the judgment call, go, well, we can do 11 laps if we want to, but we can also turn the screws when we want to as well. Feels like a very powerful position that Ladd and Preston and their respective teammates are in right now. So they're pulling away from Sam Sanders here down the Mulsanne Straight.
We can hear the cutout of the engines there. There is still fuel saving going on here. There's Murray Adams in the number 14. How's he getting on at the moment? 3:56.95 last time around. A new personal best. So the team of Murray Adams and James Montgomery.
Able to work together with Kirith Kali-Rai here. So it's nice to have someone in this stint that he can pace himself against.
Talked about how big tonight is for the Class 2s in particular. Just to explain, over the course of the season there will be drop scores where drivers' worst round performances or maybe a round that they've not been able to attend, they get dropped, as we do in real life in Club 100. But for the Class 2s, one of them is going to get 100 points. Normally a Class 2 on a good night, we're thinking now, they normally score maybe 85 points is a good night for a Class 2, so one of them is going to get a 15-point boost in a way tonight. That really could make the difference come the end of the year by working well with their pro in this race. That could be Murray Adams tonight, who is a championship contender.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge significance to that Class 2 situation this evening. So that's definitely something that we'll be keeping a close eye on. Worth noting here, Andrew, really good showing here from Matthew Whitefoot. He is the AM in that operation, but holding very well at the moment against Cameron Watson here in a battle over 5th place.
And we should state as well, because on some level it sounds like, oh, Class 2's getting a bit of an easy ride tonight if they're going to get 100 points. I would say completely the opposite. This race will be decided by the speed of the Class 2. And if you're a Class 2 who can regularly pilot round in sub 4-minute lap times, you are going to be doing well with this race. We know that the pros are going to be in the 356s, the 355s, the 354s. They're a lot closer matched versus one another, whereas the AMs, there's a bit more of a spread, and that will pay a difference over the 1 hour and 45 minutes that they have to do per the regulations.
I wholeheartedly agree, mate. It's going to be critical, and it's what we see in the real world racing as well. That it's the gentleman driver, as they're referred to, that makes the huge difference here. I'm going to highlight, though, here, Andrew, you mentioned we're going to see the pros in the 54s, 55s and 56s. New fastest lap of the race for Michael Preston last time around, a 3:53.28, as he's sitting here in the wheel tracks of Josh Ladd. I think these two are really playing their teams into this one. It's an impressive pace.
This is where I start to sound like the ACO with some of the pace of the hypercars. Oh dear, as I think Alan Curtis was off the road there, just in the background, through the Daytona chicane. Yeah, just going to go again. Yeah. Monsieur Michel Preston, would you please slow down? This is pace is far too quick for GT3 round Le Mans.
Yes. I don't want to sound
bad
here.
Toyota.
I tend to feel quite good if I've done that in a GTE, to be perfectly honest with you. That's some ridiculous pace there that they're showing at the moment. So really something to watch here. And the gap, as they are reeling in here, Andrew. Alex Mitchell has not got the pace to respond to these two at the moment. They are reeling him in. The gap is now just down to 2.3 seconds. At the moment, so this is a really interesting part of this race.
It is indeed. Top four all in the shop there.
Bear in mind, this is a battle all amongst, at the moment, the top 4 drivers in this race are the pro element of that team. So that's why I think the Hicks and Whitefoot, I know they lost some time in that stop through overshooting the marks and all of that, but what we were just saying about the AMs potentially deciding this one, that is of significance to me, that Whitefoot is running this high up and currently holding his own on pace.
Well, a 3:57.45 last time around for Matt Whitefoot. That would have put him, oh, it did put him, of course. That car started a good way up the grid, and all the amateurs did the qualifying in the cars earlier on this evening at 7 p.m. British summertime. We are about to pass into the second hour of the race, on board with Cameron Watson filing through Arnage, Matthew Whitefoot just ahead. This is a really intriguing bit of the circuit, I feel, because you try and get a run and you think about it, it's like, do I ever go into Porsche curves? But you've got to be a long way alongside to get it done. You've just got to be patient, and that is exactly what Cameron Watson is doing, Howard. Lifting and coasting and actually giving himself a little bit of space on the run into Porsche curves there.
Yeah, I was trying to listen to that. Is he actually dipping the clutch as well?
Yes, yeah. They're all dipping the clutch and completely disconnecting the driveline to further save fuel.
And here, has he got it's an interesting place to get a run. Has he got a run as they head towards the forward chicanes here? This is going to be an interesting one here. But down the inside is going to go Cameron Watson. And that is a change of position there for 5th place. As you say, as we come through to the top of we've gone past, the top of the first hour.
We have indeed. So 60 minutes completed here at Le Mans for round 7 of the 2022 Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell on commentary duties for you here on the DDMM YouTube channel. Hope you're enjoying your Wednesday evening. We definitely are, as the race continues On its accelerated time clock towards sunset and the night time, Alex Mitchell leads the race by 1.5 seconds over Michael Preston in second there in the AlphaTauri liveried Ferrari. All these teams in the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. So we have a quick shot of the back of the pits there. Enormous pit complex at Le Mans. I think the sheer size of the circuit means it doesn't quite get the justice or grandeur when it's up there on the TV. And an area that's open to the public earlier in the week before they get onto the real race. If you've never been to Le Mans for the 24-hour, I cannot recommend it enough. The atmosphere is very, very special, and what I will say though is if you think about, oh yes, I'll do it next year, get booked in as early as you can. It'll be the centenary year, 100 years since the first race in 1923. It's going to be popular. It was very, very busy this year. I was surprised in a way at just how many people there were there, especially the national support from France. And yeah, I think it's going to be a bumper crowd at Le Mans next year, and you wouldn't want to miss out on that, would you, Howard?
You absolutely wouldn't. I absolutely don't want to miss out on that. So yeah, definitely, it's a big, big year for Le Mans next year, hitting that centenary. And yeah, standing room only it is going to be at pretty much every vantage point, I am sure.
News from the camp of Whitehouse, and Whitehouse just did 6 laps, then fell through the gap in the barrier at Indianapolis, which is a thing. And he will have fallen off the face. I've done this in a practice. You fall off the face of the earth and you tow back to the pits. So yes. I think that's where David is right now. On board with Michael Preston. Second place through the Porsche curves. How's the back of that number 53 ahead looking? Fairly stable. We're on lap number 16 at the moment. So a good way into their second stints of the race. Already over half of their minimum required time, of course.
It's going to be so interesting to see, Andrew, what can the AMs do in the 19 and the 42. Right, these two, the teams running second and third at the moment. Yes. Oh, as Josh Ladd goes wide out of the final corner there, and that is definitely going to be a track limits violation on that one. Meanwhile, ahead of him, Michael Preston now right in the wheel tracks of race leader. So this is going to be an interesting one. But the key question for me, Andrew, is what can Ian Sumner do in this car that we're focusing on right now? You know, it's going to be handed over, and that's not me taking away from Ian at all. But Michael Preston's been at the forefront of this championship ever since it first came onto the scene in 2020. And, you know, he and Josh Ladd, they've given a bit of a masterclass, I think, in playing themselves into this one. They pulled the long 11-lap stint at the start. Then they've gone for the pace. I wonder, Andrew, is this play that they went for a conservative long first stint and now they've turned on the pace, is that because they recognised they would hit these evening conditions where they could pull better pace out of the car on their fast laps?
Possibly, yeah. Possibly that is something that's gone through their minds. I think we've had a change of position in 7th. Kirill Kalirai has lost 7th place to Murray Adams. Here they are. Blue and orange car. That's how we're describing this one. As I had to do to the parents at British GTs a few weeks ago at Donington Park. I'm saying no more about that. But Kirill Kalirai, still no Team Rock or whatever. Actually, no, looking at their live stream now, they may just be in the stock red Ferrari livery. We could have put them in the DDMM one, Howard. We missed an opportunity there. But yeah, no, it's good pace though from both of Adams and Callaway. Looking back from Alex Mitchell now. Here comes Michael Preston, fully Red Bull liveried up at the moment. And here comes Josh Ladd. Look at this, cutting across there, blocking the move of Josh Ladd on the inside. He's on the run into Mulsanne corner, and on that camera angle at least, how it seems like Josh Ladd just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely, but he just had the run there in the slipstream, was able to get he got the double toe, didn't he, effectively, as they went side by side, and just went, well, thank you very much, I'll be buying into that if you don't mind, and was able to muscle his way through into second place. This is a brilliant little battle at the front, and don't discount Sam Sanders, who's only some 2.5 seconds back from these three, excuse me, as they head towards the Indianapolis complexes. Round the outside for the race lead goes Josh Ladd. That was beautifully done there by the driver of the number 42 car. And now Alex Mitchell finds himself on the exit there. He'll have the inside here for the right-hander at Arnage. But it's serious pressure that's being applied here by Michael Preston, but beautifully judged there by Josh Ladd to take himself into the lead of the race.
I thought we were watching a 4-hour endurance race tonight. A 20-minute sprint has just broken out here at Circuit de la Sarthe. But this is big time now for Josh Ladd. Can he get away from Michael Preston? He will be hoping that the number 19 is held up behind the 53 for at least the next few corners to break out of the toe once they get down to the Mulsanne straight. You probably need, what would you say, Howard, about 1.5, definitely 2 seconds of a lead to make sure that you can't then be reeled back in once you get to the fastest part of the circuit.
Yeah, I was going to say, I appear to have accidentally joined the server of a Ferrari GT3 fixed race, 15 minutes or however long that is. I do apologise, because yeah, that was not that was a proper little scrap there, and it's not done yet, as you say. Michael Preston here, has he got a good run off of the final corner? He's not in the ideal place for the Dunlop chicane, but through this right hand kink he might be able to stamp home the authority, and I think no, it's still going to be an opportunity for Mitchell to fight back if he wants to, but he chooses to keep his powder dry for now, and that is a change for second place. Michael Preston gets himself to the lead of the race. That is the Preston and Sumner team there, and they're now up into second place. And as I said about half a lap ago, don't discount Sam Sanders. He's now within striking distance of Alex Mitchell as well.
Indeed. Looks like, unfortunately, David Whitehouse is now out of the race. We'll try and have a chat with him shortly, try and get the scoop on what's been going on there in the 777. We are getting closer to potentially, or what should be, the second phase of pit stops. We are on lap number 18. Just to remind you, if you're just joining us, that we were expecting pre-race 9 laps to be the standard number of laps on the tank of fuel, and we did see James Fremont, Murray Adams, Keith Kelly-Ryan, Peter O'Connor, that's all examples of that, but we have seen teams, Josh Ladd and Michael Preston in particular, be able to do 11 laps as the lights come on here, or at least they're notably on now at Le Mans. We are getting towards night time, looking back at Sam Sanders there from the rear bumper of Alex Mitchell.
On the nose cam with Sam Sanders as they head towards Mulsanne corner. Through the right-hand kick, and they'll be on the brakes down to the apex really nicely. I have to say, I'm very impressed, Andrew, given how much these drivers are lifting and coasting, coming out of the clutch. I'm still seeing really nice, smooth braking events and not a lot of misjudged apexes here. So I'm very impressed by the way that they're achieving this at the moment.
David, if you can hear me, it's not letting me drag, but I have invited you into the pen. Want to come and have a little chat with us. An hour and 10 minutes gone here in this one. Through Indianapolis they go. like that shot. It's a bit of a lower shot than you normally see through Arnage. On the run up now to the Porsche curves. Just going to have a little peek, cheeky peek at Kirith's telemetry to see how much fuel he's got left. 10 litres as he's on the run to Indianapolis. So, yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a pit stop from at least the 999 on this time around. Still having a look here at Alex Mitchell and Sam Sanders. With Cali Rai potentially running the fuel down. Murray Adams ahead of him.
Interesting this, Andrew, as the darkness is going to set in here over the next half an hour in our time. Because that'll be 2 hours in the sim.
About that.
Interesting to see, because there is a visibility change that happens, and if it's not in the sim, it is in the real world as well. And I can vouch for this as someone who's been doing, for those familiar with the iRacing series, a little bit of VRS sprint racing around Hockenheim this week, or the week that's just finished, which is in the night, and I'm doing this in June in Britain, which means that you may start a race thinking you're fine, but then as the sun is setting in the real world, it suddenly hits you in the eyes and you can't see where you're going. So these things are quite important when you're doing the driving in the sim.
That bidding means that we've been joined by, hopefully you can hear us. It may not have been him actually clicking to join, it may have been me. But anyway, David Whitehouse joins us in the virtual comms boxes. Into the pits comes James Fremont. David, can you hear us?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, you're a little bit quiet.
Hang on then, I'll sort that out.
He'll turn his gain up and be back with us in a moment. Who else have we got in the pits, Howard? If he's still with us. He's on mute. Well, I can see David's car.
Sorry, Andrew. It's James Freeman on the pit lane,
yep.
And David. Someone's just driven through him in the pit lane.
Nice.
Basically, your car's still there, David. It's still there with the lights on and everything. This isn't a very efficient. Do you know what the price of fuel is at the moment? Dearie
it's
me.
higher taxes in France as well.
It is. Yes, yes, it is.
Apologies. Did we see that? Yeah. Did Kirith pit?
One
also was trying to fix this.
No, he hasn't. He has not pitted yet.
Okay, so he's gone round for another lap.
Am I very clear now?
That's better. We'll make it work. David, it's been a bit of a tale of woe. Tell us what's happened.
There we go. You should hear me better.
Oh, that's a lot better.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. Just basically, I've had a problem with my G29 since Indianapolis. Just sort of gives up, and then it was doing that every lap I tried to do in the first half hour of the race. Then I got a great stint of 6 laps done, and then it threw me through the graphics at Indianapolis, and the problem came back. So it'll be the end of the race for me, because I was getting cramp on the control after about 5-6 laps the other day, so I don't think I'll be able to make the next 1 hour for 19, let's put it that way.
That's a real shame. It's kind of part of sim racing, and I know we don't have mechanical failures of the cars, but it is a part of the e-sport in a way where you have from time to time issue with the wheel. I can see Jay Elliott is on pit lane. This will be his second stop and is also on cue. I'm also hearing that there's going to be the first ever live in-sim driver change in the same rig. in the history of our championship, because Kirith Kalirai is going to hand the car over to Nathan Maximin in Kirith Kart's HQ. Into the pits comes Alex Mitchell, and that is at the end of lap 19. So that was a 9-lap stint, Howard.
Yeah, interesting that, isn't it? Given the battles that we've seen him having out there, that he has got through a bit more fuel. Driver change as well on the number 27, Tom Dix, getting into that car. But yeah, interesting how that was a shorter stint. That was the one that should have happened at the start to make us look like we knew what we were talking about, mate. A 9-lap stint, but it wasn't to be. But there it was at least, and he's handing the car over as well to Alex Cobb. So Alex out for Alex.
Matthew Whitefoot is also in, and I'm hearing that this is a single and that Steve Hicks is going to be getting back in for a double. Kirith Kalirai is now on pit lane, has been able to get an extra lap out of the fuel tank that time, maybe just playing it cautiously on that first one. Wanted to make sure that a 10 lap stint is possible. And if you're watching on the Kirith Kart live stream, you're about to see a man hop out of a rig and then another man hop back in the same rig. It's very exciting. It's almost like real life. As into the pits also, I think, is that Peter O'Connor rolling down pit lane. That's another person who's gone and done 10 laps. But David, in terms of your iRacing experience in this championship, how have you been finding it in 2022?
Yeah, it's been quite tough because of just not being able to have the time to practice. As you know, I've had issues outside of the sim at the moment, so it's been a long time. But one thing about, just to go back to that Kirith Kart swap over, we now know what the man, the myth, the legend Nathan Maximin looks like. We
do. There he is. Can't see it on our stream, of course, but there he is, and just waiting for the service. And we should explain that a full service of fuel covers the driver change, so it's not like they've got to wait there manually for another 30 seconds to adhere to any rules. You know, as long as they just keep doing full tanks, they will meet those criteria.
But yeah, going back to the season, it's been a really good season of racing. Hasn't quite worked out for me. The result that's here tonight is going to sort of scupper any chances of a top 5 result overall. So it'll be just sort of race podiums I'll be going for after this.
Howard, how's Murray Adams looking? I don't think we've seen him in, have we not?
You are correct, Andrew. He has not yet reported to the pit lane. As I can tell you, Peter O'Connor's going back out on track. But yeah, no, he has not reported to the pit lane, so we're waiting on second stops from everybody in our top 5 at the moment.
Right, okay.
But yeah, David, just sort of more broadly within iRacing, Season 3 has just kicked off in the sort of wider iRacing, the 4 seasons in a calendar year that they run. I'm somewhat intrigued, given how eclectic the mix is of things that we're racing in the Club 100 Championship. Is there anything in particular that you're racing going into Season 3?
Well, personally, not racing anything at the moment, obviously due to these wheel issues, but if I was able to get out there, it would be possibly more the IndyCar that we saw at Indianapolis. It's the oval races I do quite enjoy. You can take your time and build up about them rather than the Ferrari sprints or the Mazdas where you're absolutely, you got 15 minutes and that's it. So that's why I do like these sort of 4-hour formats. And at the moment, it'll be, as you said before, it'll be interesting to see how the AMs get on when they've got to lead the races here, because normally they might be used to only 15-minute races in the sort of iRacing events. Now they're going to have an hour 45 to try and finish the race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cameron Watson is in, and looks like there's going to be a driver change there to Craig Brown. So that's 20 laps in the book in full for Cameron Watson. Sam Sanders, I think, is in as well, as is Murray Adams.
Yep, all three of those are in on the pit lane, Andrew, and I think Sam Sanders is staying in. I'm intrigued by this one, Andrew, because we've spoken about the changing conditions as that is Cameron Watson going back out on track.
Yep, so sorry, it wasn't Craig Brown getting in.
It wasn't, and that's an interesting one for me, Andrew, because it is now getting rather dark at the circuit.
Yep.
And a challenge is to hand over to a driver in the middle of the night. You and I perhaps somewhat learnt the hard way when we did a Petit Le Mans event last year, that handing over to a driver in the middle of the proper dark at night can be extremely disconcerting for the driver getting in.
Yeah, particularly if you've not done it before, not done it enough that you go out, you do some practice in the daytime, you get your reference points, you pick up points for where you're braking or where you're turning in and all of that business, and then you get out there in the middle of the night and it's like, oh they're gone, they're not there anymore. You have to learn the circuit again almost. I say it's something that happens in real life. Let's say we had the BUKC 24 hour at the weekend. I know I've had that myself competing in that event, that you have to feel your way around a lot more when you're racing in the dark. And in a sim, unless you've got certain bits of gear that shake you around a little bit, that's quite difficult when you've got your whole sense of feel taken away from you.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to say, by the way, I continue to be fascinated by where this 23 car features amongst everybody, being as it is well off of the pit cycle relative to everybody else. He's come out here just behind Murray Adams, fresh out of the pits. Now, I reckon that Felix here is on lap 8 of his stint. So, interesting to see how that's faring for them. He's in for his first stint of the race, having taken over from Andrew Dawson earlier on.
Some very fast lap times coming in from Josh Ladd and Michael Preston as well, both in the 351s. Last time round, sorry. I'm just seeing the comments in Kirith's stream with someone going like, "You're not Kirith, who are you?" As it's Nathan Maximin now driving around on Kirith's rig. But here we go. This is the two leaders of the race. That is outright as well. They both got past the number 53 in that last stint. That is lap 21 they're coming in now. So those are 10 lap stints on that second run for both Ladd and Preston.
Just give an idea here, Andrew. This is Cameron Watson running in third place, and he's just coming through Arnage now.
Yeah.
So the advantage that these two have, and it's a driver change in both of these lead two cars now. Matt Hale in for the 42 and Ian Sumner into the 19. So this is going to be the interesting phase now, Andrew, to see how does the AM driver get on in both of these pairings.
Absolutely, and tyres as well. So tyres, now that, in a way, I think that makes sense. I wouldn't want to put an AM driver necessarily going into the night on tyres that have done an hour and 24 minutes of racing already, particularly if they're going to do a double. Here's Watson.
It is going to be interesting to see the gap here as he comes around to finish this lap, Andrew, because he's coming into the Ford chicanes now, and both of the lead two cars, they're just leaving the pit lane now. So there is an illustration of the gap, and is that a swap around as well? That's the 19 ahead of the 42, which I don't think is how we started this pit sequence. So change for the lead.
It is indeed. It's what we saw on the first stop as well. So Ian Sumner winning the race off of pit lane, was the last driver out of the draw on the bank on the inside of Tertre Rouge on the Friday of Le Mans race week, but he's now leading this race. Matt Hale there. Go ahead, Aaron.
I was just going to say, you can see from the driver tracker in the top right of your screens as well, really interesting gaps as well, not too much field spread. You know, everybody down to to seventh, 8th place is going through the first sector right now. So not too shabby at all here across the field. And we still have everybody who's still running is on the lead lap just, I think. Because Tom Dix here is a few, you can just see the race leaders in the background here on some of the shots. So everyone just about on the lead lap, Andrew.
That's very good. That's very good after nearly an hour and a half of racing here at Le Mans. Dave, obviously you've been keenly following things in preparation for this week. Still a long way in this race to go, of course, but of the pairings that we've got out there, who do you fancy in terms of being in that top 3 when we get to 11 o'clock?
Definitely Mitchell and Cobb. It's a very strong lineup. You don't see many mistakes from either throughout the races. This is the interesting battle that I would like to see, though. Matt Hale and Ian Sumner. Now, we've seen Matt do very well on the ovals, but not be right at the very front of the pack when we're racing on road courses as such. Whereas Ian Sumner, I don't think I've seen him leading a race yet. I'm in the Club 100 Championship. He's got the pressure of Matt Hale coming up behind, so it's going to be interesting to see how possibly Josh Ladd coaching him through this to make sure he doesn't make the mistakes and just helps bring the car home, as Matt Hale is currently flashing his lights to try and distract Ian Sumner.
Yes, he is indeed, and they're running up to arguably the hardest part of this circuit. Nice and calm through Indianapolis. Great corner this when you can get just in the camber there and through and into Arnage. Nice and early on the brakes. Don't push too hard. Get a good exit on the run up to Porsche curves. The thing is though, I'm looking at the gap, Howard, and already Cameron Watson has taken 2.5 seconds out of this pair on this lap alone.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is what we were talking about, or what one of the main talking points up to this point in the race was always going to be, how do these AMs respond to the pressure? What is their pace like? Just going to say, stark contrast here, being on board with Matt Hale to what we saw earlier with Josh Ladd in terms of fuel saving at the moment. At the moment, the two AMs here at the front, I believe, Andrew, are focusing on raw pace rather than being frugal on the go juice, as there's a bit of a wide moment there out of the Porsche curves from Matt Hale.
So we won't have representative pace on this particular lap because this will include the pit stop. Now you see the 041, Cameron Watson. There is his view. The road ahead has been in the car since the start of the race, and I just wonder on tyres, has Cameron done a triple? Full marks to him if he has done. And if he can keep the tyres together, could be in a nice position here, the 041. But
It's
Ian Sumner, we can say now officially on the lap chart, Ian Sumner has led a lap overall in a Club 100 and BUKC iRacing round.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. And it's, you were talking about the new tyres for the top two in their stops. That is somewhat the endurance racing tradition, that you give the new rubber on a driver change so that they're used to how it feels. Basically, they're not going out on worn tyres. It's exactly the same as buying something second-hand. Really, you don't know what the previous owner did with them, as it were. But coming into the Daytona, towards the Daytona chicane now, and Cameron Watson is pulling to the inside, looking for a way through, potentially on Matt Hale here. Hold station for now, but there is a sense of inevitability here, Andrew, and if he does get by, the question is then, how much can these two drivers stay in touch with him?
Indeed, but for now, it is still Sumner from Hale, Watson. 1.5 hours completed then here at Le Mans for round 7 of the 2022 Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. Andrew Dawson has just completed a lap pit stop there. In fact, that was Felix Connolly doing a single stint, wasn't it?
It was. I was about to say much the same
laps.
thing. And interestingly, Andrew, I I don't wish to name and shame, but Felix had a few invalid laps there.
Oh, okay.
So there's been a few wide moments, and 1X is accrued in that one. But yeah, interesting to see him only doing that single stint indeed.
So in Sumner leads. Cameron Watson now in second place. There it is confirmed on your screen. So it's the 19 from the 041. Matt Hale in the number 42. Now sitting in third place. Looking back from Ian Sumner now. Alexander Cobb, the two Alexes, the number 53. Led this race in the first stint. Was in there in the battle for the second stint. They have had a driver change. They have changed tyres. They are nicely sat in fourth place at the moment. Steve Hicks has got back into the car. This is his second stint that he's on at the moment. And now in fifth place is Steve Hicks alongside Matthew Whitefoot. Murray Adams, the driver who has been in since the start of the race and will be, I think, the first AM to complete their minimum driving time at the end of this stint. So Murray Adams currently sitting in sixth place. We're yet to see James Montgomery in that number 14 car. Sam Sanders has also been in from the start of the race. It's lost a bit of time though in this last pit stop. I'm not quite sure what's happened there for Sam Sanders, but he's dropped a long way back. But there he is in seventh place in the 34, as we're looking at the number 23 of Andrew Dawson with James Fremont in the 01 behind. That's for ninth place in that battle that we just saw. We've skipped one actually, which is Kirith Kalirai. Not Kirith Kalirai, it's now Nathan Maximin in the car. Being run off Kirith's rig as James Fremont goes down the inside of Andrew Dawson there for ninth place. So it's Maximin in 8th, Fremont in 9th, Dawson in 10th. As changed for the lead, Cameron Watson has taken P1 and leads at Le Mans.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, there was a sense of inevitability at it. We would expect, in no way to take away from Sumner or Hale here, we would somewhat expect this to cycle through. You know, there's a reason why we've got these pro-am this pro-am setup here with different drivers carrying those labels. So we would somewhat expect this, but the key thing now, Andrew, and this is why we talk about things being decided by the AMs. It's okay, they've lost the lead of the race, but what's their pace like? What's their fuel like? How are they nursing those tyres? This is where it's interesting.
Lap times last time around, 3:58.61 for Cameron Watson, 4-minute 2.42 for Sumner, 4-minute 2.17 for Hale. Green laps, of course, because it's their first flying laps out of the pit lane. Alexander Cobb has also done a 4-minute 2.63 last time around. That's Alex currently on his fourth lap of this stint. Fastest driver out on circuit at the moment is going to be Sam Sanders on a 3:54.12. So it does feel, David, like a little bit of pace has gone out of the circuit. What would you think?
Yeah, possibly. You've also got the AMs coming into the situation, and I think that was exactly the right decision by Matt Hale and Ian Sumner, not to fight too hard, but here to do their stints in the shortest time possible in terms of, quickest time possible in terms of speed, and fighting Cameron Watson would just nullify any hard work they'd probably do. And I don't know if Matt Hale's got his finger stuck on the light switch at the moment, but he seems to be flashing into every braking area possible to try and distract Ian Sumner. But Ian is continuing to hold his own and has actually increased that gap over Matt Hale.
Yeah, he's doing a good job at the moment. Is Ian involved as a guardian in the cadets and juniors? And good to see that the virtual grandstand ticket holders far more committed than the real life grandstand ticket holders, and sticking in the grandstands there, not slipping away for a prawn cocktail sandwich.
They haven't even been tempted away for what is a beef hash? What's the right term?
Steak hash, yeah.
Steak hash. That's the one.
And well, they've got a what is not a chips. So next time we've got it on board through the Ford chicane, it may make some people watching the stream think that they need to get some chips. That is not chips. That is churros.
Yes.
Although I am going to say something shocking now. I didn't see a single churros. I didn't see a single churros stand the whole week at Le Mans.
What?
I know.
That makes no sense.
It really didn't
That
make
doesn't
any
compute.
sense.
Dun, dun, dun.
I didn't have that.
Well, there were no
moment in the middle of
churros.
the night where I went, I want chips, and then you stumble towards what you think is chips. It's not
Oh,
chips.
yes.
It's churros, and you buy churros anyway because it's got sugar in it. It gives you
It-
a boost.
It is always enjoyable. You've got to enjoy, I think, the perhaps what could be described as a bit of a cultural clash at some of the circuit food that you get as a Brit going to Le Mans. I remember very distinctly the first time I went there as a spectator, and I encountered the steak hash, but in an amazingly, which if people aren't familiar, that is what you are looking for if you wish to have a burger. But it wasn't served in a burger bun. I had 4. This is what I had sitting on the tribunes awaiting the start of my first ever Le Mans, was 4 steak hashes, 4 burgers in a long French baguette.
Oh,
and there's a
spin!
moment there.
That is a spin for the number 13 of James Waller. So it's the same issue that Waller had on lap 1.
And I honestly didn't think my meal choices were that confusing. But there we go. James Waller there. Who,
Well, this is going to...
yeah.
I'm going to reveal something even more shocking now, Howard. I say, as you were not able to make it to Le Mans this year for obvious reasons. I did have a burger.
Oh.
I think the French have realised what a burger is. It's only taken them 2,022 years, but they've done it. It was very good as well. In fact, I had 2. So there we go.
I had no idea that burgers came around in
Like buses.
in 0 AD was when burgers came about as well.
Jesus had shared a burger between all his disciples.
I'm not familiar with this particular part of the Bible, but fair enough.
New personal best lap time for the 999 car. It's not Kirith Kalirai who set it. It's Nathan Maximin. I mean, do we actually just thinking about it? Do we have enough power to change the name on SDK? Now that we know it's Nathan.
One moment, I'll flash up team names for a moment.
there we
Bear
go.
with me. Bear with me.
In fact, that's kind of better anyway. Have that cycling through. There we go.
I haven't been editing spreadsheets and overrides in the background. There you go. Team names.
But yes, change for. Are we saying? We are changing.
Side by side.
Yeah,
it's
look at
changing
this.
as we speak.
Hale and Sumner, and Matt Hale has got. No, he hasn't got the move done. Apologies. I thought he was going around the outside. The lack of light tricked me there. Ian Sumner holds on to second place here, coming out of the second chicane now. Big run down towards Mulsanne corner. Can Matt Hale find a way through? Is he going to be brave on the brakes? This is really a key point of the circuit. Very easy to snatch a brake and end up in the gravel trap and driver's left. Hale is down the inside as they're going towards Mulsanne corner. Thinks better of it, pulls out. Doesn't want to end up in the carry 4 down towards the left. And they carry on.
Just to interrupt you here, they need to watch their backs as well, because Hicks is coming at 7
Yeah.
seconds a lap quicker, and just behind you also have, I'm not sure, is it
Alexander Cobb.
Alex Cobb coming at 6 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a very important point there. This is great to watch, but is it great for the overall race run time for them to be battling away here? They've lost too much time to it so far, but as you say, seconds a lap being taken out of them here. Through Arnage they go.
And just in case you're not sure of the lights, that is Steve Hicks right behind him already.
Yeah, absolutely.
In 4th place. Looking good. Just coming back into this now is Steve Hicks. He's got one of those stints, and we're estimating that it's going to be 3 stints. I should say that the minimum driver time rules do also apply to... Oh, it's a bit of a great catch. Brilliant catch from Matt Hale in the middle of the Porsche curves. Many a driver have had a big incident through there, but Matt Hale managed to just about keep it pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely crucial moment for him to be able to save that. Really good stuff there. Easy to do, isn't it, to get a dramatic moment through the Porsche curbs, but he lives to drive another corner on this one. But he has lost out a bit of time there, and Alex Cobb, as we've observed, is not too far behind to pounce there. And that lap was a 4:04 for Hale. As Steve Hicks is having a go at Sumner's further on, and Hicks has gone on wide at the Dunlop chicane, so he's going to have to cede the position back and try again further round the lap.
Down through the Forest S's.
Indeed.
Very good start viewing spot, I'll say down there. I won't say exactly where it is because I want to go back there in future years. You lot will go along and snatch it from me. Anyway, onto the Mulsanne straight we go. Surely this is a great chance for Steve Hicks to take second place. The gap up to Cameron Watson ahead is 15 seconds. The pace is still good from Watson, a personal best. Actually, no, not a personal best last time around, as Hicks gets in the slipstream, pulls to driver's right, goes past the restaurant on driver's left. We'll be looking for the end of the barrier as the braking point. There it is. And into the Daytona chicane, Steve Hicks takes the number 21 back up to second place.
Yeah, nicely done move there by Hicksy. And you could see the flashing lights there. That was Alex Cobb coming up onto the back of this pack to go, hello, I'm here, and I'd like your positions, please. And this is significant, Andrew, because this is the first instance of an AM driver coming onto the back of this Sumner and Hale pack. So this is an out-and-out fight between the AM-rated drivers within each of these squads.
Yeah, and you could argue that with some AM time, although I say it's a strong AM in the number 041, Craig Brown got a race victory in these Ferrari GT3s last season at Spa in the format that used two races down the inside. That is a very nice overtake from Alex Cobb. Very well done. Into Mulsanne corner. Not too rushed on the brakes there, Howard. Just had the confidence of the overlap going into the corner, and that the apex would be his by the time they got there.
Yeah, that was a very assured pass, wasn't it, for Cobb through at Mulsanne corner. And yeah, Matt Hale electing to slot into position for now. This is the point when David was saying earlier how he fancied the chances of the Mitchell and Cobb team. This is where it gets interesting now, Andrew, because if Cobb can pick his way through this these battles, if he can maybe get by on Sumner as well, and maybe even stay on terms with Hicks, although Hicks is already pulling away from this pack a little bit, then that's going to be huge for them when Alex Mitchell gets back into this car.
Just looking at the lap times now, Cameron Watson's pace, 3:58.61, as we suspect that the tyres on the 041 are past their best, shall we say. Steve Hicks, a 3:55.60. We know he's on fresher rubber. So that's the kind of delta that you're looking at, but of course, there's a disadvantage inherently with changing tyres more, because you spend more time in the pit lane. There is your race leader at the end of lap number 26. And 1 hour 45 means, if you're Cameron Watson, if you wanted to, you could get out the car on the next lap, and your work for the day would be done. He's completed his minimum drive time. And the same can be said for the following drivers as well. Murray Adams, Sam Sanders, Thick Martin saying James Fremont's been in from the start as well. Yes, he has. So James Fremont has completed drive time. Peter O'Connor has as well. And
those last three, Andrew, I think I'm right in saying that it's the last 3 you mentioned are significant, because that in all of those it's the AM driver who's been at the wheel since the start.
Yes, it has
so
been.
That's significant. That is definitely a significant thing to note for those teams. For it was O'Connor, Fremont and Adams who have been in the cars since the start and have now done their minimum drive time on the AM driver. So that's going to be interesting to see how things pan out for them in the remaining 2 hours 15.
Still a few laps to go before we start seeing...
Bench for third, sorry Andrew.
Yep. So Alex Cobb has got past Ian Sumner for third place on the road. So it's the 41 now leading from the 21 and 53. Gap at the front of the order. Still around 15 seconds. There's Sumner trying to fight back, who's just going to sit in the wheel tracks. Taking the line there into the second hairpin. A little bit of understeer there, just on the front tyres. See Hale just back there in just behind. I'm looking at the gap back to Adams now. That would be a very, very good way for Murray Adams, who he's on his 7th lap, isn't he, of this current stint. If Murray Adams, having completed his minimum driver time, could be ahead of the 19 and the 42, I think that would be a very good position to be in at this stage of the race.
Agreed.
Well, just having a look at the lap times last time by, everybody under 4 minutes apart from the 2 cars you just mentioned. Not by much, but those other 2 cars that are going just over 4 minutes a lap time.
Indeed, here Sam Sanders. But it's still a bit perplexed as to how Sam Sanders has ended up in 7th place, because he was right in there, unless it's a tyre change, unless he took some new tyres at the last stop. 27 seconds down from Cameron Watson at the moment. I've got to say, it's good to see, isn't it, that the top 7, we're approaching the halfway stage of this race, and the top 7 are covered by less than half a minute.
Yeah, it's always, I always love reflecting at this stage in an endurance race as to quite how close people are running, and I'm delighted to see, you know, we didn't mention it at the start, mate, but people could be forgiven for looking at this field and going, oh, it's a 14-car field around a big racetrack around Le Mans. Understandable, of course. We've of course halved the number of cars relative to what we normally have because people are paired up in the cars. But nonetheless, I think we've had a thoroughly entertaining race so far with those 14 cars. So long may that continue, and it is, as you say, great to see quite how closely they're packed. And we still don't know how this is going to play out. Plenty of stuff to play out yet, as we've been talking about. The AM drive time, what's the pace of the AMs versus the pros. All of that has to play out yet. We've got teams out there who are sitting mid-pack. One of them's right in front of us now, ahead of us on the board shot with Sam Sanders, who have done all of the drive time for the driver who, on average, we would expect to be the slower driver of the 2. And it's going to be fascinating to see how these cars come up through the field and how they compare to those who have maybe done a mixture or even who have had the pros in for the whole race so far.
There's a big lap time, there is a big lap time coming in from Nathan Maximin. He's just set a 3:53.92, the fastest lap for the 999 so far. It's about 27 seconds further back from the group that you're looking at on your screen now.
Hale ahead of Sumner now, Andrew.
Yes.
And Sumner immediately into the clutches of Murray Adams here, so another AM driver passing an AM driver as they head towards the Daytona chicane. This could be, you mentioned how significant this could be for Murray Adams, and he is down the inside at the Daytona chicane. So where once, not too long ago, it was Sumner, Hale and Adams, it's now Hale, Adams and Sumner, with Sumner coming under immediate pressure from Sanders.
James Fremont, I think, is in the pit lane, having completed 27 laps, and that is a driver.
That's close. Sorry, Andrew. Close between these two as they head towards the second Mulsanne chicane. I feared there would be contact for a moment. But yeah, sorry, mate. The number 01 on pit lane, as you say.
Yep. It's tricky for this for Sam Sanders because obviously we know that he's doing a lot of lifting and coasting, so he's not exactly attacking into the corners. As side by side go Murray Adams and Matt Hale off of the second chicane. Running towards Mulsanne corner. Very tricky corner to get your braking right in the dark.
2 by 2.
Now. Noah's Ark into Mulsanne, then we go. Through goes as someone looking down the inside there of Hale. Adams has got clear of all of this. Sam Sanders just sitting there, just being patient, but will be feeling the time ebbing away here. You just wonder, Howard, would now be a good time for Sam Sanders to use a little bit more fuel, get through, and then get back to fuel saving?
I mean, he's going to be losing time doing this battling, isn't he? One would have thought now is the time to deploy a little bit of aggression just to clear these, but he's holding station for now. Although he's through on Sumner, so yep. Sumner to the back of this pack now as they head towards Arnage, and is he going to be down the inside of Arnage now on Matt Hale? He is, and provided he gets a decent exit, he is now clear. So based on his pace that we've seen so far, he can afford to go back to some fuel saving now, but that could be a really significant moment there for Murray Adams and for James Montgomery, who we've yet to see in the car, bear in mind. That could be a really significant moment that Murray Adams is the only AM to have been in since the very start, who's now got himself up into that top 4. And I think that that really does pave the way for them to have a good run here as Steve Hicks is into the pits, Andrew.
Steve Hicks is into the pits at the end of lap number 28. So that was that feels early. That feels early to me.
Alex Cobb is in as well.
Yes. Be wrong, but I thought Matthew Whitefoot pitted after lap 20 last time around.
This is the end of the lap. This is the end of lap number 9. So I'm going to say that is on schedule.
Okay.
So too is Alex Cobb.
So Alex Cobb. Yes, that one's fine. Maybe I just scrolled it down wrong.
Just to jump in there, I think Nathan Maxman has just been off the track in the Porsche.
Oh yes, he has. Yes, I'm just having a look at the Kirith Kart stream now, and he has a mechanical. He has a mechanical. So into the pits is going to come the Nathan Maximin and Kirith Kalirai car, and that is a badly damaged Ferrari. It'll get fast repaired. Now, at least, Howard, it's happened in Porsche curves, so it's been a recoverable drive to get it back, and he's not had to tow. But this is not good news for the 999.
No, absolutely not. And just to clarify, Andrew, you say they will get a fast repair on this one, will they?
They will get a fast repair and get back in. And at least it was on schedule after 9 laps.
Yeah, the rear wing just pops out there. That's how all Ferrari repairs go. They're like that.
But yes, I'm just seeing.
Well, to be honest, it's the first time in 2022 Ferrari's been called in on schedule, isn't it?
Ooh, dear.
I'm keeping stum on that one.
Views of David Whitehouse are not representative of Double Dash Motorsport Media. Anyway, carrying on. Back out on circuit. Sam Sanders now trying to get past Murray Adams. This is for 2nd place. Should also say hello and welcome to the race to Chris Hansen. Chris Hansen is in the the 01.
Yes, indeed.
Wonder whether he will take it to the end.
Well, this is the thing now, isn't it? Fremont was in the car from the start and has done his drive time now. So, and we've got to bear in mind here, Andrew, we're racing. It's just coming up to 9:15 on a Wednesday evening here in the UK. And you know, for certain team driver combinations, maybe they've had to work it to fit around the old real life that has to go on.
An annoying thing in real life.
So that could be an aspect to this as well.
Just to throw some information out there, Matt Hale, 4 minutes 4 on that last lap. So obviously maybe those passes by Sanders and Montgomery, I'm not sure if that was the last lap or the lap before, but certainly knocked Hale off his stride a little bit.
So Murray Adams holding on to second place here. I'm just looking. Well, this is his 9th lap. So could pit at the end of this lap. And similarly, if we think that is the case, that Chris Hansen is now going to go to the end and do 4 driver stints up to 11 o'clock tonight here, British summertime. Could be a similar strategy going on here with Murray Adams and James Montgomery.
Well, just to go on the driver change and the driver time, there is only just over 2 minutes, sorry, just under 2 hours of this race remaining, and they do have to be in for 1 hour 45, so it would make complete sense to do the change whenever they next pit.
Here into the pits comes Tom Dix, currently in 12th place. And that is a 10-lap stint completed by Tom. As by for another tour of the circuit go Murray Adams and Sam Sanders. Sam Sanders I was expecting to carry on because he's been doing 10-lap stints since the start of the race. So both of these drivers should be in next time by. Hope you're enjoying the stream at home, wherever you're watching from. Let us know who you're supporting and where you're watching from. It's great to see the comments in the chat. Through the Forest S's go Adams and Sam Sanders past the Arena and the Team Langerstein campsite, home with DDMM during Le Mans race weeks.
And my continued fascination with where the 23 car is relative to everybody else, having gone off of pit cycle with them quite early on. Andrew sees them now running with Andrew Dawson
just behind
about
Matthew
just over, yeah, just over halfway through his stint. I reckon he's got maybe 2 more laps to go after this one before he has to stop. So interesting that, and as we say, Matthew Whitefoot now in the car again in that number 21, getting his taste of nighttime driving, full nighttime driving. Oh, that's a good point actually. What time are we on in the sim? We are on 1:05. Yes, sorry, my timing tower is obscuring the clock. Is what was my problem then.
With all these
yeah.
driver changes, I don't know about yourselves, but I was surprised to see so many. I thought because you lose time by changing drivers, you do it as little as possible in this race, just to gain that extra 10 seconds in the pit stop.
You would, but the rate at which the fuel's going is actually covering the driver change anyway.
Ah, okay.
So
yes.
I wouldn't know. Nobody was with me.
I was going to say, this isn't a problem you had to worry about. Peter O'Connor in the pit lane, Andrew, and this is our other driver, along with James Fremont and along with Murray Adams, who's still circulating, of AM drivers who have been in since the start and can, if they so wish now, as we see James Corp get in, that can be it now. They can not have to do another driver change for the whole race if they so wish.
Indeed, James Corp belts himself virtually into the Ferrari. Quick driver in this car is James Corp. Doesn't always have the best of luck. What I will point out is he sometimes have trouble with race starts. Doesn't have to do one. Race has been going for 1 hour and 59 minutes and 55 seconds, 56, 57, 58, 59. We are halfway through round 7 of the 2022 Club100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go here at Le Mans. We're on board with Matthew Whitefoot, looking ahead at Andrew Dawson. It's that change in position. Looking for Matthew. Last pitted. Actually, no, he pitted not that long ago, didn't they? Because they've been doing singles.
Leader in the pits, Andrew.
Leader in the pits. So this is Cameron Watson coming in. Now This one I'm intrigued to see what they do. What happens here? That's another 10-lap stint from Cam. Does he go and do a 4th stint and do it the opposite way round? So what we think's happening with the likes of the 01 and the 15, do all of his time.
Sorry, Adams and Sanders also in.
Yep, good spot.
Nope, they're changing driver now. So Craig Brown is in, inherits the car from Cameron Watson. There'll be new tyres, I suspect, going on the 041. In comes Sam Sanders as well in the 34, and Murray Adams in the 14. So 10
Ian
laps.
Sumner as well.
Yeah, Ian Sumner is in.
So Sanders out for Powell in the 34.
Yep.
So we've had a change from Watson to Brown in the 41. Change to Powell in that 34. And James Montgomery getting in that number 14 to take over from Murray Adams. So now all of our AMs who had been in from the start have now extricated themselves virtually from the vehicle and have handed over to the respective pros in those teams. But interesting to see how this is all cycling through, Andrew. Matt Hale to the lead of this race with Alexander Cobb in 2nd place.
There's a 9-lap stint for Ian Sumner. On the nose, just what the doctor ordered. It probably does mean that Matthew Hale has gone longer. He's been able to do 10 laps on his fuel. There is Ian Sumner waiting to re-emerge from pit lane.
Is this a long? I was going to say, is this a long stop for them, Andrew?
Does feel a bit long.
He's already down to 8th place.
Hear the engine running. There's something going wrong here for the 19. Oh, now he's going. And back out onto circuit. We'll have a look at the pit affected lap time. You know I like to do that during an endurance race. Actually, no, we'll see that next time around, won't we, when they come over through the Ford chicane, to whether that was a slow stop or not. Sumner back underway. And I guess, well, really, he's racing Matt Hale, isn't he? We'll see where Matt Hale comes out in all of this. We imagine that Matt Hale leading the race. I like saying that. Matt Hale leads. We'll see how that pans out, and whether he has got a bit of a gap on Ian Sumner. Change for position here. That is James Montgomery now going past Christopher Powell, was it?
Correct. You have noted your driver changes admirably, sir. That is exactly what it was. And straight into a battle for James Montgomery, getting by on Chris Powell.
Oh, stop. I've just been jump scared live on the air. Thank you, Ollie.
I do believe all them pit stops have moved the 23 into a net 2nd place at this moment in time.
I think you're right. I think, yeah, it is quietly getting on with its work. Although I think there was there was a slow lap time. Just seeing a message here from Mr. Waller. Possible Dawson stop, possibly related to damage from my spin. Did a 4:32 a few laps back. However, that was quite a while ago, actually. That was at 6:45. Apologies, I've only just seen that message.
Forgive my ignorance, how many fast repairs are there?
Unlimited.
So they won't have lost that much time from any damage.
That's why I managed to repair. How many stops did I have? Five stops. So it's amazing to see that even though I pitted on before the first hour was over, I'm still only 19 laps down, which shows the length of this circuit.
It does. Matt Hale is in. So this is going to be an interesting one. He's pitted with a gap of 35 seconds over Alexander Cobb in the number 53. We would expect to see them cycle down, but does he stay in, or does Josh Ladd get back into the car?
I expect to see Hale stay in because if not, they'll have to swap again before the end of the race.
Murray Adams has got in contact with us in the chat to just say fatigued. Have a look in the main championship Discord chat as well, Murray. Let me know if you're up for that. But Matt Hale comes in. Good stint that from Matt. 10 laps. Good chunk of time gone there.
So I've just looked in the chat because I thought you were going to ask them to do another stint.
Oh, do another one. But yes, no, it's good to see that some of the efforts from our drivers in is the Michelin car as well. James Waller brings it in. Let's see if this is going to be another round for Waller or whether I've got lost.
James Montgomery's in.
Now that is not scheduled.
That is very much not scheduled.
What is happening?
We didn't mean it, Murray. You don't have to get back in.
Oh dear. No, this is a bit of a concern actually for James Montgomery. What has happened here to the 14? This is not scheduled. And one of the cars that has been a leading or has been solidly in the top half, going along quite nicely. Pro driver in. Oh, I wonder, is it a... I think I know what this might be. Penalty for speeding on pit lane?
It looks like it could be because there's no issues. I've just wound back his previous lap. There is no issues for him on that lap. I'm gonna
punt for this being a speeding on pit lane stop and go penalty, because it was immediately after that was an outlap, wasn't it? That was an outlap for Montgomery, 3:59.88. It's got to be what it is.
Michael Preston in the pits as well, Andrew, in the number 19. But yeah, that could be a significant moment there.
That is not scheduled either. Because that was a 5-minute 37.50, so there was a problem for Ian Sumner. It has all gone wrong all of a sudden for the 14 and the 19 in this race. The night at Le Mans has taken a few more victims. She is a cruel, cruel mistress, this circuit, when the sun goes down. Michael Preston's going to be getting back in now. Now, Sumner did have... I don't know if you can see any of the lobby messages, Howard, at your end as to whether that was maybe a disconnect or something or other.
No disconnect.
No, can't see a disconnect. I'm not sure at the moment what the cause is of that. This is Matthew Whitefoot chasing Andrew Dawson through the darkness. And remember, Dawson in that 23 car that is somewhat off kilter with the vast majority of the field on pit strategy.
Just to throw out there with Ian Sumner, he come into a Ford chicane at the end of the lap and just went straight on into the pit lane and then come to a bit of a halt and then got going again. So whether he's having a technical issue maybe with his wheel, I do not know.
Could well be, but it's definitely not a scheduled one, because Sumner had only just had a pit stop and was suspected to be trying to go and do another 9 laps, get his tally up to 18 with a target of 27 to do the minimum driver time. Could be a real problem, a real problem for the pairing of Michael Preston and Ian Sumner. I'm not sure actually what would be the case if Sumner was not able to complete his minimum drive time. They may protest force majeure, but they've definitely been shuffled down in the pack. It's lost them a lot of time, and now some 2.5 minutes behind the leader. Just currently Alexander Cobb. Into the pits comes Andrew Dawson.
I was just about to say there's a good battle between Dawson and Hicks brewing, but Dawson has spoilt that by heading into the pit lane in that beautifully designed Gulf Pro.
It's very good. I like the logos on the back of it.
Oh yeah, they're the best touch.
So
there's 2 of them.
Yes, seen double now. So that was a 10-lap stint, I think, Howard, from Dawson, and nearly. He's nearly completed his drive time. And it looks like Felix Connolly's getting back in whilst the fuel's going in. They are doing something a bit different, aren't they, on the strategy? It's 2.5 stints done for Dawson so far. This would be Felix getting ready for his second. But as we were saying earlier, David, we know Mr. Dawson knows his way around a spreadsheet. In terms of those endurance races, because we've never really had the opportunity to talk about this on stream, how have you found those specials when we've done them as part of the Barnstormers crew, particularly that Daytona one that we did at the start of the year?
Well, the Daytona one was brilliant until the little error box came in front of my screen and I got to see him turning for the chicane. But apart from that, it's great to be involved in one of them sorts of events. If you've never been involved in an iRacing event, a special event, get involved in one. I think we had Watling's Glen this weekend and I didn't even race. It was just James Waller and our very own Howard Mitchell driving. They did a brilliant job with me just sort of chilling out watching. So, you know, you can get involved in all kinds of ways, even if you don't want to actually do any of the driving. And this season is perfect with the 24 hours of a certain French circuit coming up in one of the championships.
Yes, the very not special event, Le Mans 24 Hours, part of one of the public championships.
I'm going with the 1,440 minutes of the Circuit de la Sarthe, my personal
Very
pick
good.
on that one.
Very good. Hold the ship down, boys, for a while, whilst I fiddle for a moment.
The iRacing special events do take a lot of your time, but if you can get, say, the 24-hour events, you could always get somebody who could do the Saturday, a couple of people, and then a couple of people who could do the Sunday. So it's easily adaptable depending on what you can do. And I think back to, was it Daytona, where we had a couple of people who could only do the night.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can work your way into these things, right? Like, outside of the special events, you've got things like the VRS Endurance, which are 3-hour races. The IMSA Endurance Series currently running in iRacing is 2 hours 40. The European Endurance Series, when that's running, is a 6-hour, and obviously this season there is the Global Endurance Series, which is the full 24-hour races. So even if you didn't do special events, you can work yourself into these really nicely. There's a few that I've missed there as well. There's a Nürburgring Endurance Championship as well. So lots of options for endurance racing in iRacing. And as you say, it's there's lots of ways that you can play it if you have got different availability across your team.
And you don't have to spend a huge amount to get into iRacing if you're not already into it. I mean, you can get a computer for a relatively cheap amount to be able to run iRacing. And don't be put off by the G29 just because I've said I've got issues with it. Mine's about 7 years old, so it's about time it sort of gave up the ghost a bit and kept going for a very long time. But that, like the G29 at the moment, is only about, I think, roughly £200 for it, and that's gone up in price a little bit because of the boom in esports that happened over the pandemic period. So you don't have to go out there and spend thousands of pounds like they do for the true esports events, sort of like the real money esports events.
The people who are well into their esports career, let's say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, we have the situation where we have Josh Ladd, who is a Williams esports driver. It's worth him going out and spending the money, even though Williams probably help him out a bit, in terms of getting the setup right for them to do great in the events they do. Whereas for somebody like myself, or even yourself, a G29, go out, enjoy the event, do as well as we can, but we're not there sort of trying to make professional level or anything like that, even though it would be lovely. Then it's a situation that you can go out there and enjoy these events and do it. I mean, it's like people go to Le Mans 24 hours as a social. You can turn these 24-hour events into a social on iRacing.
Absolutely. We've got another driver in the chat. Good evening, and a big well done to Murray Adams. Murray, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Talk me through it, mate. A triple to go from the start of the race. How was it?
It would have been better if we'd been on the first couple of rows of the grid. To be honest, I think we're going for a plan that my pace is pretty decent. To be fair, me and Monty have done a lot of work over the last week or two to actually try and prep for this. And they thought I'd be able to get on the first couple of rows of the grid, and we got a 0x on the follow lap. It was a bit disappointing, but it was essential for us to run the strategy that we're running to actually get on to make sure that we're getting at least 10 laps per stint. And we figured that we'd lose more time switching driver and doing tyres. So the tyre there wasn't too bad. I think I actually set the fastest lap in the second last lap. So it's just a total case of look after the tyres, look after the car, keep it in one piece, and we'll be fine.
Good stuff. In terms of the season so far, you're properly in the mix for Class 2. Is it too early to think about maybe winning Class 2?
No, I don't think it's not. I think I've got decent consistency so far. It's frustrating how I've not been able to pick up a win yet. I'm confident that if I can keep going the way I'm going, then I'll be in a decent place towards the end. But like Chris Powell is on fire at the moment. Andy Dawson's always there, and they seem to be my two biggest competitors in Class 2 at the moment. And in all honesty, I'm not sure what the season's going to look like at the end of the year, but hopefully it will end up with me in a decent place. I think, to be honest, I'm enjoying sim racing again. I haven't sim raced properly for far too long, and getting something to focus on has been far more enjoyable than what just trundling around to myself has been.
In terms of real life racing, what's keeping you busy at the moment?
I'm on a break. I'm unfortunately sad to say, like this, we're coming up to British 24 time, which is my favourite event of the year by far. And I wish I was going to be there, but left full time work to return to studies last year, so pro karting took a bit of a back step. So hopefully get into some Club100 BUKC stuff next couple of years. Maybe return to pro karts at some point, but yeah, it's taking a wee bit of a back step just now, but it's definitely not gone forever, that's for sure.
It's good you mentioned the British 24-hour there, and we're getting preparations going for that in DDMM Towers as well. We always feel that's an event that goes incredibly quickly for us in the comms box, given it's a 24-hour race. Is that a similar feeling that you get when you're racing as part of the team?
No doubt about it, mate. We roped the car off 40 minutes in last year, and even after that, it was still went by really fast. So, to be honest, I'm gutted that I'm not going to be there. I feel like, it's a wee bit of a shame that it's not going to be there, but it is what it is. They moved the date after they initially said it, so I'm on holiday, so I can't even drop into this one. So. Never gotten one, because as I say, if there's any event that I'd rather do in the year, it's for sure it's the British 24. I've heard 107 are on the grid this year, which I'm sure is a new record, but I think I'll be on holiday, but I'll very much be keeping a very close eye on it.
Good stuff. I'll say there'll be details about that one coming out in the weeks to come for those at home. Howard, I think we've got our eyes on a battle involving Nathan Maximin.
We do, yeah. Nathan Maximin just getting by on Christopher Powell there, the 999 going up into 5th place. So clean move there as they were heading down the Mulsanne. I've got a question pulling back to this series, if I may. Murray, we've had a lot of variety in this season. I'm beginning to struggle to think of a racing discipline we haven't tried in this season of Club 100 iRacing. How are you finding that? Is that making it quite enjoyable? Is there a certain amount of frustration with switching between things so often? And is there a particular one that really suits you?
To be honest, I think it's suiting me the fact that there is a variety. We know, for example, we look at like Matt Hale, ludicrously fast in ovals. You know, if it was more oval based, then he'd definitely be ahead of where he is. You know, I think, to be honest, TCR at Knockhill should have been my strongest combination. I'm hoping for some more TCR, because I know we do have some coming up. I think it's probably going to be my strong point, but the variety and preventing the specialists is definitely, I think, running in my favour at the moment.
Nice. That's interesting to hear. It's interesting to hear how the variety is playing out.
But I think they've got that fantastic balance this year. I think even the addition of F3 is really helping as well.
Indeed. Well, we've got the F3 next at Silverstone, of course, that you can watch live here on DDMM in a few weeks' time. A bit of a homage to the British Grand Prix, of course. Last question before we let you go up, Murray. I appreciate you've had a long evening already. Is that you done for the race, or are you getting back in?
I will not be able to get back in. We are borderline on time.
Yep.
So I think this is Monty to the end. That was the plan. If I could stay remotely near the class ones, then Monty was going to go full juice, and we expected a lot of the class ones to go heavy. At the first half of the race, we expected a lot of double stints to start, and we expected that. So we thought if I could keep remotely close during that first part of the race, then we were onto a good start. But Monty, really unfortunately, for some really weird reason, the pit limiter didn't activate. Coming out the pits from the change driver. So it gave us a 40-second stop go. So it's put us a wee bit of a strange position, but he's banging in 56s straight out of the pits on still with 45-50 litres of fuel left. So he's doing an absolute dynamite job. And I think, to be honest, we're not out of it yet.
No, not at all. Still over an hour and a half of this race to go, and we've seen for other teams how quickly it can go wrong. Cheers, Murray. Thanks for popping in and having a chat with us, and good to hear from you, mate. And fingers crossed the break won't be too long, and we'll see you back in a full paddock very soon.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, guys. See you there.
Murray Adams there after his triple stint. James Montgomery, as we say, piloting the number 14 now in 8th place. What are they? I think they're about a minute and 45 off the lead at the moment. But setting 3:56s at the moment is James. Our leader, though, Alex Cobb, has now got a 21-second lead at the front of the field. So we're approaching the 2.5 hour mark, and the pace at the moment, Howard, from this 53, really strong. Lots of 354s. This is what was talked about in the lead up to this race, that if this car could stay together and stay strong, it was always going to have a good chance.
Yeah, absolutely. This was what was spoken about quite a lot, that this looked good for being a strong pairing between the two Alexes, of Mitchell and of Cobb. And as you say, the pace currently being pulled by Alex Cobb in that as the AM driver in this pairing, is very, very respectable at the moment, as you say, with and the consistent as well. That's the key one here as well. The consistently in those 354s, which, as I say, that of course he goes into the 355s, but it's fine. So this is brilliant stuff at the moment from Alexander Cobb, and yeah, what can I say? We've got less than half the race to go now. It's 5:03 in the morning in sim time, and things are looking pretty competitive at the moment for the number 53. As I'm noting, a fairly quite a slower time there for Craig Brown just across the line.
Yeah, just
of a 4 minute.
4 minutes 0.4. Not quite sure what happened there. We just had a little bit of a moment and collected things back up. I'm hopefully going to not break things to try and. Nope, not sure on that one. Can't see any reports of off tracks or crashes on our SDK tracker. Big thanks to SDK Timing for providing our timing and scoring here tonight, and also to our sponsors, Simply Catnip. See their details in the description below, and G3 Pro. Without them, we wouldn't be able to put on the stream for you here tonight. On board with Matthew Whitefoot, heading down towards the Daytona chicane. Yes, the Daytona chicane.
Yes, it is.
Just about tell it in the night time. We're about an hour away from sunrise in this strange sim world that we live in at the moment. So just so folks are aware of that one. As into the pits is Chris Hansen. This is fine. No, this is scheduled.
It is fine. It is fine.
This is another 9-lapper.
It's an interesting example, though, Andrew, is that so far, broadly, the way that we've been shaping these pit strategies is that Josh Ladd and who was it who also went long on that first stint? Was it Preston? Indeed it was, yeah. Ladd and Preston went for the 11-lapper, and we know that the Felix Connolly, Andrew Dawson car is off of pit strategy, and everybody else has been kind of doing there or thereabouts. But this is an interesting example, the fact that Hansen has had to pit here. This is because they have been pulling 9-lap stints fairly consistently, as I understand it.
Yes.
They've not been pulling out that extra 10th lap. So this is where we start to see the discrepancies between the 9-lappers and the 10-lappers. You know, by this point, they might be out of sync with each other by, 2 or 3 laps at this point. So it's interesting to see them taking to pit lane as one of the earlier stoppers to make their 4th stop. In fact, I'm just looking down to see who's doing the 4th stop. So the Murray Adams James Montgomery car has got an extra stop, but that was for a penalty.
I think you're going to see, just looking at the Kirith Kart stream with Nathan Maximin still, who's been doing a cracking stint, by the way. Really fast lap times from Nathan, 353s. I think there was even a 352 in there, if I'm not mistaken. Dave will correct me, I'm sure, if I'm wrong on that one. But his pace has been very strong. But I've just seen that on his viewpoint. I'll try and stick the link in the chat for those of you maybe not aware of that one. But he's just had the 1 lap of fuel warning from the electronic virtual spotter, as you will.
Leader in the pit lane. Leader in the pit lane.
Alex Cobb brings it in then. Let's just check that this is on the schedule. Yes, it is. This is another 9-lap stint completed at the end of lap number 37. Means both of the Alexes have done 2 stints now. So let's see. Does that mean that they're going to have... That's flown by for Mr. Cobb.
Whitefoot's in the pits as well.
Yep, Matthew Whitefoot in. I think they're just keeping it fresh, aren't they? They're just keeping the drivers fresh, going back and forth with these stops. It looks like this is going to be another single, perhaps, for Matthew.
And like you said with Nathan Maximin, who's heading into the pits now, a great stint, just that one error in the middle of Porsche curbs has probably cost him quite a bit in terms of he'd probably be ahead of the Ladd Hale car.
Yeah, possibly. So in comes Nathan. The saving grace, of course, is that he did do it whilst
lap 9.
on a lap 9, so it wasn't too disruptive. We'll keep an eye. I'm just keeping an eye on the Kirith stream in DDMM HQ here to see if they change drivers again. And into the box now.
So
I'm not quite sure how the battery hasn't run out on my Ferrari because it's still got its lights on.
It's
Has
impressive.
its engine blown yet?
No, it hasn't. Matthew
What?
Whitefoot has
This is not
stayed.
fair.
He stayed in the car. I'm keeping quiet. Matthew Whitefoot has remained in the car.
Oh, okay.
And Alex Cobb remained in as well. So Am's staying in for now. As the 999 comes back out onto track. And sorry, are we saying that they haven't changed?
Yeah, Nathan Maximin's staying in the car, so it's Nathan Maximin going for a triple. We know his speed, of course, Howard, from our own Daytona 24-hour journey. I remember us getting in the car in the middle of the night and being astonished at not just the pace. We know he's quick, but also his ability to save fuel and tyres whilst holding that pace.
Yes, absolutely. It was a really impressive job that he did for us in that Daytona 24-hour race. It was just almost had to reconfigure how I was thinking from a strategic sense when he was in the car, to be perfectly honest with you. You know, because
I'll
lap
be honest.
times. Yeah, go.
I wasn't thinking, I was fast asleep.
No, that's
Because if I remember rightly, Nathan's stints were all at night.
they were.
And at the end of the race.
Yes,
Put him in at
yes,
the end of the
indeed.
race as well.
We did, yes. And rightly so, given the pace.
Yeah.
He's here. We're actually looking at the closest gap on the track at the moment. He's just 3.8 seconds off the back of Felix Connolly in the Howard's interested if nobody else is story of the 23 being off of pit cycle with everybody. So they're due to give us a stop in. They pitted on lap 32, so yeah. And then, of course, the Adams Montgomery car has kind of joined them on that pit rotation because of their stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Well, I think that's going to mean that the 23 maybe only has a couple more pit stops to go.
I think they may struggle with that. They're gonna be. Yeah, they might struggle. But they're definitely in the mix. Definitely in the mix. They last pitted. Where's my note gone? They last pitted on lap 32. This race is flying by.
Just to let you know, Michael Preston just chilling out on this straight. He's down in 11th at the moment after that unfortunate stop. A 351.9.
Yes, I don't think we've got to the bottom of what happened to the 19 yet, have we?
Well, it's not the car pace. Let's put it that
well,
way.
no, we've seen that car's had very good pace at all throughout. I'm going to go do some investigating.
So currently we have Craig Brown leading the way ahead of, is it the Lad Hale car now up into second place. Matt Hale's still on board doing 358s now, so he's pushed his pace forward as this race has gone on.
Yeah, absolutely, which isn't always a given that, you know, sometimes in the darkness drivers could go... It's interesting, actually. Sometimes you could go distinctly slower because you don't have as much visual feedback from what's around you. You can have a little less confidence. Some drivers go quicker, which I don't know what that says about their psychology, but they pull more out the bag in the dark. So
I think it probably helps that the temperature comes down as well.
Oh, there is that. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Which is now a track temperature of 21 degrees, which I think is the lowest it's been all race.
Yep, it's definitely coming down. We are joined, ladies and gentlemen, by the boss of the 2022 Club 100 iRacing BUKC iRacing Championship. Steve Hicks joins us in the virtual comms box. mate, when we started this back in, what was it, April, May 2020, did you ever think that we'd be hosting and streaming a 4-hour race around Le Mans?
Absolutely not. Fantastic. No, we started it off during COVID when everybody got into sim racing, really. Or some people were already into sim racing, and some of us have caught up a bit. But I feel like it's grown and grown. Couldn't really have expected how well it's gone, really. And I think this event is, well, it's the longest one we've done. And yeah, the streams have been amazing. So the DDM have been on board since the start. I think it's fair to say the early outings were a bit rough and ready, but we've got something now that's pretty polished.
Thank you, mate. I've just seen your notes about the issue for Ian Sumner. So, do we reckon that car is out of it now because Ian won't be able to meet his driver time?
Yeah, unfortunately, unless I think that is going to be the case, which is a shame because they were going well. I would have liked to have seen where they would have come without any issues.
Yeah.
So they were kind of tracking with Josh and Matt, I think, for most of it.
Yep.
So that is a shame. I don't see a way. Yeah, I don't think they're going to meet the minimum driver time, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's about 1.1 of a stint that Ian had done.
Yeah, so he's only going to have done about 50 minutes to an hour.
If it's any consolation, Max Verstappen had that happen to him, didn't he? At a Spa 24 hours in iRacing a few years ago. Into the pits is Tom Dix. Having a bit of a quiet night is Tom Dix. But that is a 10-lap stint from Tom Dix, taking the number 27. Good Ferrari number that. To lap 38. In your camp with the 21 and Matt Whitefoot, how do you feel the race is going for yourself?
We think pretty good. I made a mistake in the first pit stop, which cost us 10 seconds, which, as I'm looking at the timing screen now, I'm starting to think that might actually come into it at the end, but you never know, we'll see. 10 seconds isn't that much. We are committed to doing a splash, which it is becoming very clear Josh and Matt Hale are planning not to do. So that is going to be quite interesting. I'm not sure how long our splash is going to take, but as it stands at the moment, Matt and Josh have 2 full pit stops to do, and we have 1 and a splash, and we're 30 seconds behind them. So I think that's going to end up quite close. I think Alex Cobb and Alex Mitchell, they look like they're a bit too far down the road, I think. Maybe if I hadn't made that mistake, we could have done something funky with tyres or fuel, but I think at the moment we keep stopping on the same lap as them, and they're 30 seconds up the road, so anything can happen. But at the moment, I'd say Mitchell and Cobb are in the driving seat. I think we're in with a good chance of second or third, though, which would be great.
Yeah,
Matt Whitefoot's driven really well, so I think we're one of the only teams that are within 5 laps of the end of the AM driver portion of the race. So I think that should stand us in good stead, and then when I get in, hopefully we'll start catching again to the front.
James Corp into pit lane after a 10-lap stint. So bringing the number 15 in from 11th place. This is the car that he's sharing with Peter Pointy O'Connor. Hixie, are you able to explain to the viewers at home what is the whole Pointy thing about?
Pointy O'Connor, he is well known for pointing everyone through, basically. 'Cause bless him, he's getting on a bit. He's got a few grey hairs and he's lost a bit of speed in his old age. And I'll have to rewind this bit of the stream to flip it for him. But yeah, he's just that a bit like Kimi Räikkönen as he got older. Still a good lad, likes a drink, but ultimately he's just lost that little edge on pace.
That
so
2
what
or
he has to
3%.
that 2 or 3%, and he just has to point people past. It's a shame, but that's where pointing comes from.
Right, so you telling me that as time goes on, I'm going to lose even more pace? Oh my god!
You've
It's all
already lost
relative.
pace by having children.
Here's Matt Hale flying the flag for Simply Catnip in the number 42. I'm liking this pace, Howard, from Matt. This is really good.
Yeah, and this is the really interesting one here. Is he's got the pressure from Alex Cobb behind him, and Alex Cobb last lap took some 3 seconds out of Matt Hale, but they're both closing down the 15-second gap to the Watson Brown car, with Craig Brown at the wheel at the moment. So interesting stuff at the front at the moment, with the top 3 closing back up again.
Yeah, I think it's going to end up quite close between our car and Josh's car at the end, with us not doing with us doing a splash. By my reckoning, Matt's got one more stint to do, so I guess he'll be staying in the car, and then Josh finishing.
Leader into pit lane, Craig Brown. That is a very nice 10 laps from Craig Brown to start off his effort. Bang on 10 laps again, as Cam Watson was doing earlier on in the race.
This will be interesting because we were about 3 seconds behind Craig Brown when we pitted. So
yeah.
We didn't take tyres.
We've just had a new fastest lap of the race as well from Michael Preston, 3:51.30, as into the pits comes Christopher Powell. 40 laps completed for this is another car that is just running 10 lap stints, or has been so far.
Michelin Ferrari also paying a visit.
I think Craig must be taking tyres. Maybe. Well, I'm not sure on that one. He's come out about 12 seconds behind us.
Yep. So there goes Craig back out onto circuit. Oh, we think they had tyres before because Watson had tripled. James Montgomery on board with him now.
In which case, Matt Whitefoot, sorry, he's done a cracking job.
Yep.
I've not been tracking his laps whilst I've been speaking to you.
Well, he did a 3:55.37 last time around.
Really good pace
from Matthew Whitefoot in his first season in the Club 100 of BUKC iRacing Championship. Big moment of field this, Howard, for James Montgomery. He's on, warmed up, all going. He's not been in the pit lane. Craig Brown has just come out the pit lane. Feel that Monty's got to get through really quickly.
Yeah, now's the time to strike, isn't it, if he's going to? Although it hasn't been a driver change, so Craig Brown is warmed up in that sense, but there is the switch there for 4th place, and not too much resistance put up there by Craig Brown as he gets back up to speed, potentially on cold rubber as well.
That does slightly split up the interesting battle we had between Montgomery, Connolly and Maximin, all within a 1/10 of a second, setting 53s in the last lap.
Oh wow, there is 3 cars within 2 seconds there.
Good news, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is Ian Sumner getting back in the car, if I'm not mistaken.
Does seem to be.
Yeah, and
his name's appeared on my relative.
Yeah, and this is on schedule because that was.
Either this or he's going to have a spectacular off in chicane 1 because he's got no brakes. Either or.
Now, I'm just looking at what laps have been done so far. So that was another 9 from Michael Preston. I mean, yeah, they kind of had to do this to see if the car can work, because Ian's going to have to do 2 stints to get his driver time in between now and the end of the race, because he's only done 1 so far. We've made it around the Dunlop chicane. Now let's see how we do through the Forest S's.
Yeah, that was a shame for Ian, because they were really embracing the pro-amness of this race. And it was, Mike spent a lot of time with Ian. He found him a lot of lap time. So it's a shame that that's happened.
And that, I think, is a really nice aspect of this event that we've seen, Hixie, is there's been a few driver pairings where that's really come through, hasn't it? Of the pros helping the AMs, and it's given a bit of a new dimension to the community of the championship.
I mean, it's the first time we've ever done this, and yeah, I think overall it's going pretty well. We're about about half an hour, I reckon, from daylight returning, which would be nice. Because it was tricky, but it was like, there was a theory that most teams would start with their pros, which I think happened. But then, do you want the pros in at night or at the end? You can't have it. You can't have it everywhere. So I think what we're seeing at the moment is we've got quite a few AMs in at this time, and I'm guessing a lot of pros are going to go to the end, because there is if you are doing a splash, there is a time penalty for a driver change.
Yep.
So I would be surprised if anyone goes for a driver change that is committed to a splash.
Matt Hale into the pit lane then for another stop.
And
the end of his second
Montgomery.
stint. Montgomery is in, and that's okay. That is a. Now, whether I'm guessing he topped the tank off with fuel before the penalty was served, the stop and go penalty for speeding in pit lane.
Yes.
If he hadn't, that's another 11 lap stint, because Murray Adams came in after lap 30. That's after lap 31 for James.
On that topic, I'm going to cycle through a little. Everyone's done their fourth stop now, so I'm just going to throw up the total time spent in the pits as well. Or sorry, that's not total time spent in the pits. Forgive me. That's the total time spent in the pits.
Yes.
There you go.
I don't want to see mine.
1 hour, which it genuinely is 1 hour and 40 minutes. David's going to complete his driving time just sat in pit lane. There we go.
So we'll get on to Maranello. It's still not blown up. It's still here. Here it is.
To be honest, the pit stop's a bit like Eddie Irvine's in Nürburgring '99. They're still looking for the tyre.
Yes, very good. So what other pit stops did we have in that last segment? I've lost track now.
So Matt Hale has stayed in the car.
Yep.
As expected. So I think this means he will be getting out and Josh to the end.
Yep.
Yeah, and Christopher Powell stayed in, and James Montgomery as well just came off the pit lane, and he stayed in the car as well, which we would expect because Harry Adams did such a monster stint at the start.
I had some rumblings come in about the openness of qualifying, but I did point out that it was written in the event notes, so it shouldn't have been a surprise to anyone.
And to be honest, if you can't find a clear space in fourth in,
I say they got an outlap. What are they complaining about?
But yeah,
I mean, what were they expecting? That an event held at Le Mans would not have some form of rules change halfway through the event?
and I did.
We took the opportunity to change BOP mid-event away from them. We had to change something.
I did put in the in-game chat 5 minutes before the session what was happening. So again, shouldn't have been a surprise really. I, to be honest, qualifying I think was largely irrelevant. Great lap from Cobb to get pole.
Yep.
I don't know. I couldn't really see the start very well behind, but it didn't look like there was any crashes or contact particularly.
It was quite sensible, actually. Yeah, it was impressive.
Officially the cleanest start I think we've ever seen. Now 10 minutes to go. Hit Brown in the wall. Brown,
yes.
That was a tap on the wall through the Porsche curves. Has he got away with it? It was a fairly square-on tap with the wall. I think he has. Oh no, has he?
Oh,
Is there a little bit of right hand down?
No, that's that's looking all right. That's driving straight.
He's got away with it. But that was a definite, the undeniable sound. Oh look, chips round the final Ford chicane. Yeah, he got away with that one big time. As into the pits comes Felix Connolly. It's scheduled. Sorry, this race is flying by, and I'm like, I thought I'd just seen Felix get in. No, he's gone and done 10 laps.
This is the 23 that's off schedule. So yeah, this is fine for them.
Just going off Nathan Maximum's pace, which you mentioned before, he's done a 53.8, a 53.5, a 53.0, now a 52.9, getting quicker as the stint goes on, and now up into third place.
Is indeed.
Absolutely. As Andrew Dawson gets into the number 23.
And with an hour and 10 to go, I think we can officially say that they have done the back fueling strat, which we thought they were doing from the start of the race, because 2 more sets of 35 minutes will get them home.
I must admit I wasn't expecting the 11 lappers to come in. I was slightly curious what was going on with the pace at the beginning of the race, because me and Mitchell, we committed, we went, and I noticed a big gap, and I presume that was what they were trying, but I was still surprised that they managed to make the 11 lappers work.
I was going to say, was that ever in the consideration for yourself, the 11?
No, we said from the outset that Matt was going to do 3 9-lap stints and just concentrate on his driving without having to fuel save, which then ties you into, well, I'm not sure. I don't think doing a couple of 11 lappers would have got us to the end with Matt doing 3 9-lap stints.
Yeah,
it would have been very close, maybe. But yeah, it's looking. He's done very well this last half an hour. He's pegged Alex Cobb at about 28 seconds, 25 to 28 seconds. So it'll be interesting what happens. I guess this is the end of Cobb's running.
Well, Cobb got in on lap number 19. He's already done 2 stints. So you imagine that, yes, that this would be Alex Cobb's last part of the race.
So I think effectively we and that car are on the same strategy.
Yeah. That is looking like a straight sprint to the end of the race. So if you are just joining us, welcome to live coverage of round 7 of the 2022 Club100 BUKC iRacing Championship. Andrew Mather and Double Dash. Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Oh, it's got to that stage of the night, ladies and gentlemen. On commentary duties for you, and also joined in the virtual comms box at the moment by David Whitehouse and series organiser Steve Hicks.
I want to ask a question actually that's very not series organisery.
Oh, go on,
which is Hicksy. How's your season going? How are you fancying your prospects as we're at the halfway stage in the season?
Well, I'm not sure where I am in the title at the moment. This season the standard's gone up compared to our previous ones at the front of Class 1. It is really, really tough. I think top 5 I'll be happy with at the end of the season. I'm going to miss a round or 2 soon with an imminent young lady arriving, similar to
Indeed.
Yourself, Mr. Mitchell. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, there was some doubt whether tonight I would be racing, but I'm here. We don't have her just yet. So there was a contingency plan to find someone else to be Matt's teammate. Would have been a bit unfair to make him run the 4 hours himself. But yeah, no, I think top 5 would be a good result for me this year. I think ultimately Sam Sanders has had an amazing season. I don't think he's been out of the top 3 once, maybe twice. Josh and Mike have a bit more pace than me. But then there's a really tight bunch. I'd say me, Alex Mitchell, Monty, Charlie Summers, Patrick Pisquet. I'm probably forgetting a few. Chris Hansen coming up from Class 2 last year. There's a really tight gaggle. So Realistically, I'd say 4th's the highest I could come, but equally I could slip down to 9th, 10th quite easily. So yeah, top 5. That'd be a good result for the season.
Yeah, brilliant. And I second what you're saying about the standard. It does feel like it's taken another step up.
I've got a question.
I think it has for sure.
I've got a question, strangely for Mr. Mitchell. What notes have you got that you can trade across to Hixie with the whole, what was it, 5 weeks of experience of what's to come for him?
When you think that a sleep pattern is beginning to establish itself, it's not.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh gosh, there's hope for the sim racing, for the racing in general. I was able to do the Watkins Glen 6 hour last weekend, so there's hope for that. You just got to plan. You got to plan these things.
Got a plan.
And gosh, yeah, it's all worth it. I think it's probably the last bullet point. So, yeah.
Learn to live with lack of sleep.
I will. I'll do my best.
That's definitely the main one. I mean, I currently, over the last sort of few months, it's 4 to a bed. Because they've got their own beds, but don't want to sleep in them.
It's all right.
That's all. That's
for JLR for many years. Even used to.
I was going to say.
Right, I'm going to disappear.
And on that note, JLR.
Yeah.
Cheers,
Mr.
mate.
White-
Thanks for
Whitefoot.
coming and joining us, because you're going to be in the car soon, aren't you?
I will be. Mr. Whitefoot's got 2 laps left, so I'll be in about 8 minutes' time.
Cool.
We'll
Cheers,
let you
Hixie.
go.
Thank you for all your efforts, chaps. Bye bye.
No worries.
And off he goes. There we go. Right, well, all of a sudden we've got 63 minutes of the race to go. Big thanks to our sponsors, Simply Catnip, the BUKC, Club 100, of course, and G3 Pro. Couldn't do this without their support. And if we hadn't mentioned it already, of course, that and we will be building up more and more to this with our last round of the summer in a few weeks' time in the F3s at Silverstone. We then have a bit like the Formula One at least used to have before it put a stupid number of races into its calendar. We are having a summer break. There'll be no racing in August, and then we will be back in September for the run-in. Like the football, right up to the last day where things will be decided, and our Class 1 and Class 2 overall championship winners will get the prize of being able to go and have a free endurance round in a 2023 Club 100 Endurance Championship race of their choice, just like Josh Ladd and Matt Horgan are having this weekend down at Clay Pigeon for their efforts in 2021. David, you've done a fair amount of Club 100 Endurance racing over the years. How do you think those two drivers in particular are going to get on? In particular, Josh Ladd having, stepping across in the VUKC.
Yeah, well, Josh I haven't seen race so much. Matt's definitely very quick, very consistent in the sprints that I've seen him in, so I expect him to go quite well. Josh will be used to endurances from the VUKC when they were run. Obviously over COVID it was a bit hit and miss, but very good driver, and I think they'll get on very well. I'm not sure which class JV will be thrown in them, but doubt it's the intermediates. And
Clubman is one here.
Oh, we could see him very much on the Clubman podium, I think, by the end of that. But two very consistent drivers, and while I'm speaking about consistency, we've just seen Steve be speaking to Hixie. His teammate Matt Whitefoot, 3:55 for the last 5 laps running since pit stop.
Yeah, it's been a very, very good stint so far from Matthew Whitefoot. As can I get a time check on the sim time, Howard? If you're there,
It's 5:10 in the morning.
5:10.
And in the time I've said that, in the time I've said it, it's become 11:00. Such is the pace of the time.
Because the
I
sun.
think we're getting to bacon sandwich time.
Yeah, it's bacon sandwich time, and a quick cup of tea, because it's time to get up to Dunlop Bridge to watch the as the weather at the moment. 25% chance of rain. It's not going to rain. Never rains at Le Mans.
if it starts to rain in this iRacing event we're doing, I think
everyone's going to flock to it. Yes.
We're inside the last hour. Though.
We are inside the last hour, and don't worry, that's not a problem for James Montgomery. He's just really frugal with his fuel. We are in the last hour of the race. 3 of them gone, 1 to go, and we are getting closer and closer to sunrise. The difference, though, our drivers won't be as tired as the drivers sometimes are at this stage in these conditions. But can produce, even in the sim, some quite tricky conditions to drive in, especially if the sun is right in their faces.
Yeah, absolutely can be quite a tricky time. And you can get, obviously they've had the night time, but you can get odd shadows going on as well at this time of day. It's not completely, if you think that, I'm sure there's a stat about a lot of road accidents being skewed a little bit to sunset times as the light's glinting off the surface of the road and such, particularly if it has been raining, for poor visibility. So it's not without its challenges driving at this time of day.
Let's have a rundown of the scores on the doors with us now into the last hour of the race. Here is your race leader, Alexander Cobb, at the wheel at the moment of the number 53 that he's sharing with Alex Mitchell. The lead for the number 53 is just over 27 seconds. Matthew Whitefoot currently piloting the number 21. Here it is, the smiley Ferrari. Steve Hicks, who we just spoke to a few moments ago, will be getting into this car shortly and taking it to the end of the race. Third place at the moment is Nathan Maximin. It says Kirith Kalirai on the screen, but this is because they are sharing the same rig round at Kirith Kart's the little studio that he has in his house in the loft. I can see on their stream that it is still Nathan Maximin at the wheel of the car, doing a great job there in third place. They're slowly coming into this. Here's Craig Brown in the 041, sharing this with Cam Watson. And I think we will get another stint of Cam at the end of the race, and yeah, they're definitely not out of it at the moment. They are about a minute behind the leaders. Matt Hale continue to do a really good job here in 5th place. The AM in this lineup with last year's overall champion Josh Ladd. They're being very good on fuel. As into the pit lane comes James Fremont. It comes Chris Hansen in this. I'm just going to note down Chris came in on lap 36. That's another 9 laps from Chris, end of his second stint of the race. Because yes, we suspect that Chris is taking this car to the end, as James has completed his minimum driver lap time of 1 hour and 45 minutes.
I don't want to call him out, but he's just completely ruined the order of our run through. Yes.
You swine, Chris. It's all right. He's part of the organising committee. We'll let him off. So James Montgomery in the orange and blue car, we're still calling it that, is now in 6th place. They have had a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Sorry, not a drive-through, a stop-go for 40-second penalty. They're there in 6th place. 7th place for Andy Dawson. This is the car that is very much off schedule in terms of the pit stops, but we reckon has one more stop to go. It's going to stop again with about 35-36 minutes of the race to go. In fact, I'm just going to correct myself on that one, because Andy Dawson last pitted. Felix pitted on lap 42. No, I think they still have got to get 2 more in, but they're running 36-minute stints to the end of the race. No, what am I talking about? No, they have got 1 more left. Here's Christopher Powell in with Sam Sanders. They're in 8th place at the moment. They had a bit of a wobble around the end of the first hour, which put them out of sync. This car's been quick, but this may be a break of the streak of wins for Christopher Powell in Class 2. They still get good points, though. That is the thing for the Class 2s today. And being part of this event and dedicating themselves to it, I've almost compared it to a Landau Sprints event. You know, a round that maybe not everybody goes to, but you go there, you race well, you get good points, even if it's not the win. That's going to be the case today for Christopher Powell in Class 2. James Corp, quietly getting on with business at the moment. It's up to 9th place now in the number 15. Took this car over from Peter O'Connor after lap 29. It's currently on lap 45. Likewise for Chris Hansen. Is that a Chris Hansen going a little bit slowly? Is that just a bit deceptive, or is it a slowdown that he's dealing with at the moment? Maybe. There is Chris Hansen as we emerged in 10th place. We had a look at him earlier. Ian Sumner. Oh, you've got to really feel for this car. This was the lead car after Michael Preston's stints earlier in the race. Handed the car over to Ian Sumner, who did a good first stint for him out there as the AM, and then had a pedal issue shortly into the second stint, which meant that they've had some real loss of time, but they're still there on the lead lap actually, which is really good going. Here's Tom Dix in 12th place. Difficult day for the number 27, but Tom Dix and Jay Elliott still circulating. James Waller and Alan Curtis have had a really tough day. Span had a spin at Arnage on lap 1, and it's been a real struggle since then, almost a little bit akin to the United Autosports car and Will Owen in the real 24 Hours of Le Mans a few weeks ago. One retirement from this race, or sort of. He's just sat there in the pit lane. May go back out again later if we bore him enough. It's David Whitehouse in the 777 car in the Golf livery in the middle of your screen. That is your rundown with 53 minutes of this race to go, and there's pit stop activity aplenty.
Yeah, it's pit stop activity. We've got the 999 in, the Kirith and Nathan Karts. Steve Hicks stayed true to his word, what he said to us. He's taken over in the number 21 kart there from Matthew Whitefoot. And Alex Cobb has stayed at the wheel of the number 53.
Okay.
And has come out right into the path here of James Montgomery, interestingly. So immediately having to have his wits about him in this, which is a battle on merit, as far as I can tell. These cars have both done 5 stops. And yeah, this is a genuine battle for 5th place.
Hearing that there's been more trouble for the 041, I think. 'Cause I think Craig Brown has tapped the wall again. It's not. Let's have a look. I don't think. Yes, there's a little bit of damage there on the front right. It's not too. Oh my! I've just seen Craig's helmet. That is quite a scene. Look at that in the morning.
Oh gosh! Oh my goodness me!
There we go. So there was a comment about that earlier about we couldn't quite see it in the dark. We can now in the early morning light.
You can see the. I'm going to focus on my happy place, and also you can see the damage here on the front right.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, the steering is true. Pace last time around a 3. In fact, the top 2 both set exactly the same lap time last time around, 3:57.50. Craig Brown and Matt Hale. Craig has got another 3 laps after this on his schedule. This will be a car that I think will be doing a splash towards the end of the race. Change for position. James Montgomery has got ahead of Alexander Cobb.
He has indeed. The number 14 ahead of the 53 now, and how significant could that be? Because this Mitchell Cobb car, one of those cars touted to be a very strong showing here, but the Montgomery Adams car, one that we noted early on, had got the AM driver's stints out of the way. And now that is their pro going by on the number 53 squad's AM driver. So how will this all shake out in the remaining time of this race?
We should note though, Howard, yes, both of these cars have been in the pit lane 5 times, but the 14 has been for a penalty. So in terms of schedule, is that
That
it's
is a
only have
very good
4
point.
pit stops.
That is a very, very good point. Yeah, I like that. So I think it's currently
5 laps into this stint.
Yeah, I agree. 5 laps in.
Here's the 023, Andrew Dawson.
Which
Sharing.
I think we should give credit where credit's due. David, you're not out on track, but your livery is, right? Is this one
looks
yours?
splendid.
The Golf livery, yeah, it was finished about an hour before the race.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah, it was,
I'm liking it.
Andrew wanted it did have a sort of mock-up of it, but sent me a picture of McLaren and said, would you be able to try and do something with that? And then mentioned the visor sticker, which he very much wanted.
There we go.
Right, there we go.
For those who don't know, it is a visor sticker that is on the McLaren itself.
From
For
1995.
Yes, from 1995. I don't know if we can really discuss what the company does, but operations that can help certain body parts, should we say, in China.
Indeed. On a Ferrari with a McLaren Golf livery. It's a licensing nightmare, but a very good livery. I like it.
Well, the worst thing was the decision, because on the original 95 car has powered by BMW on, and I thought, I'm not sticking that on the car. a McLaren livery on a Ferrari powered by BMW with a British flag on it. Maybe not.
I'm going to put my foot in it now. Is that why your car hasn't blown up on pit lane?
Because you didn't put the BMW like, quite clearly.
I do think it's turned off, and if it was BMW, you'd see it using all of the lanes down the Mulsanne straight.
Indeed. Still very close here. Plenty of action out on track. Here's Steve Hicks at the wheel of the 21 once again, trying to close down Nathan Maximin. I'm loving the comments in Kewith Street. I think it's taken some of the regular viewers by surprise.
Who's in? Is it still Nathan in that car?
Nathan is still in the car. Nathan is doing a quad because he's a madman. I suppose we have kind of LMP2 this class and made everybody pit every 36 minutes, but there we go. It's still very good effort.
The only thing with Nathan is he will always tell you he can't do loads of stints at once, but now we're quadding it.
But he can be physically kept in the chair now by a teammate. It's different.
Yeah, I think Kieran will literally have to pick him out of that chair. I think he'll be stuck in it.
Yes, there is not Lando Norris, Steve Hicks. This next laps could actually be quite interesting to see what the relative pace is like. Sorry, I've just spotted Kewith's iRACIng. He's been working quietly away on that. He's up to 2.1k. Go on, lad. Tom Dix, I think, is in the pit lane because his name has just gone grey on my screen.
He is.
After just setting his fastest lap of race of a 54.1.
Yes. Liking your work, Mr. Dix. So that is another 9 laps done.
And also good news is Ian Sumner is still in the car, so whatever issue it was for him, he's managed to fix and is still trugging along.
I think we're going to see, in fact we are seeing Jay Elliott getting into this effort.
And possibly taking this to the end.
I would assume so.
Am I right in saying... is this Glastonbury related? I think Tom's one of the people who's off to Glastonbury, so might have their time curtailed by that, and having to get down into to Somerset.
Yes,
what a weekend that would have been.
It is.
Go watch some Glastonbury, then go do some Club 100 racing, then go back to Glastonbury. What more could you want?
The fun for everybody going to Club 100 events, trying to get past Glastonbury to... Yeah. I'm glad I'm not in that traffic jam this weekend. As much fun as Club 100 is.
45 minutes of the race to go. Here's Nathan Maximin, or Nathan Maximin in Kirith Kalirai's rig, to be precise. 3rd place at the moment for Kirith and Nathan. That's a very nice line through Tetra Rouge.
Fastest on track by quite a way, Andrew, as well. 3:52.4 last time around.
2 in front, doing 58.
This is going to be a bit awkward if because I imagine this will be, end of this stint, Kirith back in to finish the race. If Kirith's slower in his own rig than someone who's just hopped in, it's like, what's he doing?
That 3:52.4 is a team best as well. So
I mean,
the
can't
pressure
blame
is
the
on
kit
there.
anymore.
no, it is Kirith's sort of attic, so this may be the last you ever see of Nathan. No, Nathan is, I think, quick in whatever
iRacing
he
admins
puts in.
quickly disliked this. I told them, no Daniel App tricks. None of that. We're watching him. Here's Matt Hale. I've got to say, for the road course driver, I think this has been one of Matt Hale's best races. Really good stuff there in 2nd place.
Quietly got on with it, and would have felt some. There's. I remember when you did the draw, some of the comments that came up in the chat, Andrew. Obviously drawn with Josh Ladd, but that must have put a certain amount of pressure on him to put in a performance here. He really didn't want to be a weak link within a team on this one, and I agree with you. I think he's done himself proud on this one and driven very well.
And towards the end of the stint as well, I imagine they'll do another 2 laps after this, I think. Take it out to lap. Yes, we're at that stage, aren't we, mate, where we can start counting back and going, can they make it to the end of the race or not? So let's stick with Matt at the moment here and track at what point does he cross the line, and then add 8 minutes on.
I'm intrigued to see if Craig Brown pits this lap, because he is 1 lap further along in his stint than this car.
He is, but I think he will stay out for 1 more, because they've been doing 10 lap stints pretty consistently. And this is the end of lap number 49. I thought he was going to make me look like a fool then and come into the pits, but there we go. So
that's all right. He made me look like one. It's fine. He stayed out.
Craig goes through the shot then. So, okay, 3 hours, 18 minutes and 30 to go. Add another 4 minutes.
No, that's definitely them done.
Sorry,
We've done 3 hours and 18
My
minutes.
My bad.
What
That's
have I signed up for?
That is squeaky as to whether that is going to be. It's going to leave him with about 37 minutes on the clock. It's changed for 2nd place here. Nathan Maximin goes past Matt Hale and takes 2nd place. It's got to be that that car will be coming in for the final stop. We will be watching, guys. We will be watching to make sure that it's at least 30 seconds stopped in the pit lane.
Oh, damage on Cobb's car, Andrew. That's not driving straight at all.
That's not driving straight, and that is not scheduled. This is a big moment in the story of this race. The car that has been looking strong, but we had the thought, would it get through the race clean? Would the consistency be there? It's gone away from them with 40 minutes of the race to go. Yes, the car gets repaired, but that is an unscheduled trip down pit lane. They'll fill it up again. They're gonna have to surely fuel save. They can get to the end if they do an 11 lapper, they'll get to the end.
Yeah. It's going to have to be super frugal stuff here for that for that car.
There's another problem for him as well. Is there not? They've got to get Alex Mitchell back in the car, surely. Because that car... Alex Mitchell got out of the car on lap 19 and hasn't been in it since. That's car's got to come back in the pits again. I think that has just ended the victory hopes of the number 53. Yes, it can make it back on fuel, but it cannot make it back. Well, it cannot make it back in with the regulations that each driver, and we did say this counts for the pros as well. Each driver has to do a minimum of 1 hour and 45 minutes, and Alex Mitchell currently has not done that.
Just to let you know, that was a back-end loss into Porsche curves and hitting the blue barrier on the outside.
Yep, easily done. Very easily done. Saw James Corp there. Ian Sumner's in.
Here is a team that have got it right on driver time when perhaps we thought they wouldn't.
Curve Cali right off the track at Indianapolis.
Yeah, it'll be Nathan Maximin, and yes, that's a big off. That is a big off for Nathan Maximin, and another big contender in this race. Into the last 40 minutes, he's going to have to tow. Surely he's going to have to tow.
He's going to struggle to get that back, Andrew, and he's going to lose so much time trying it.
Oh, and nearly takes out Steve Hicks. That's surely got to be towed. That is a really dangerous run back to the pit lane. But here go the hopes of the 999 that was in contention for the race win. It's not anymore. There's going to be an unscheduled pit stop. Past goes James Montgomery in the number 14. This is lap number 50. Don't worry, they'll be fine on driver time, but that is 4 laps into a stint for Nathan Maximin. Well, somehow, Rory here through the Porsche curves, he's going to have to be really careful. Really careful. And Andrew Dawson's going to have to be careful as well. Oh, just about gets through.
I think the only saving grace is they will be able to make it to the end.
They'll be able to make it to the end. Kieran's going to have a very light foot. Needed to get in the car anyway to complete his driver time, but that is a real shame for the 999. That is them out of a chance of a win, possibly out of a chance of a podium. Oh wow, what a dramatic couple of minutes here.
Craig Brown is in the pit lane, Andrew Matt Hale as well, as is Christopher Powell. So several cars here, and this will be them pitting in for the end.
Yeah.
Josh Ladd gets in for the final stint on the number 42 Hale and Ladd car. You can see there the Kirith car coming in, which will suddenly pop back into shape. But that's Josh Ladd taking back to the circuit. And Craig Brown is staying in, as is Chris Powell, I believe. Yeah, that is a crucial couple of moments in the race, Andrew.
Yep.
The Cobb and Mitchell car and the Calirai Maximin car have both lost out on their chances of victory.
Driver change completed for the 999, so Kirith is back in. Christopher Powell, yeah, I think they're just trying to do it in 3 and 3 in 6 stints all the way to the end of the race here. Well, they should be fine on that, as long as they. It's one of those, isn't it? If it's 3 hours and 59 minutes and 59 seconds when the leader crosses the line, it will go another lap. So teams do need to take this into consideration and make sure they don't get the wrong side of it. Side by side between Alex Cobb and Craig Brown on the run here down towards Mulsanne, I think we're going. Sorry, no, that's down to the Daytona chicane. And Cobb gets through past Craig Brown. That is a genuine overtake for fifth place. So let's take stock of the situation then. Who owes us a pit stop? This car owes us a pit stop. Steve Hicks and Matthew Whitefoot, number 21. It will be a splash, and it will be Steve Hicks to the end of the race. The James Montgomery car, that owes us a pit stop, probably on this lap, I would say, Howard, because it last came into the pits on lap number 41. It's now on 51. They will be fine on fuel to the end of the 4 hours. Josh Ladd and Matt Hale, they're done. They need a little bit of Josh Ladd fuel-saving magic to get them to the end, but I'm sure they will. They've done a very good job indeed. Alex Cobb, that car, well, would be done, but needs to come back in because we reckon Alex Mitchell has not completed his minimum driver time.
And I think this is going to be key, Andrew, that when we were talking to Hicksy earlier, he was talking about how they would likely be, he reckoned they'd be close with the Ladd Hale car. That is very much, that is very much proving true here at the moment, because they're not.
This has been a really, really nicely put together race from James Montgomery and Murray Adams. This will be their last pit stop. They've got 34, 33 minutes to go after this one, and we've been talking about how 9 laps is easily achievable, and that takes you up to best part of 36 minutes. Here is the final pit stop for the number 23. This is the car that's been doing the alternative strategy. Made a short stop at the start of the race and has then been running 9 and 10 lap stints ever since. Just looking at what stints they've done. This will be Dawson. Yes, I think both of them have done. Well, that's definitely Andrew Dawson's time completed. And Felix Connolly's going to get in for the last one. So yes, they're fine. They'll be fine on driver time.
And just quickly to let you know how much Josh Ladd's pushing out into the gravel as he come onto the pit straight, so he's pushing hard on these opening laps of his final stint.
And this is the Cobb car coming in, and they've got to change to Alex Mitchell here, but I think
they've just got the message, because yours truly just put a reminder to all drivers about their driver minimum driver time, that it counts for both pros and AMs. So this is really where that incident for Alex Cobb really did cost them. It didn't cost them in terms of strategy. They've stuck to their strategy, but of course they had to come down pit lane, get the fast repair and go back out again. It effectively became a drive-through penalty for them. So it's put them well out of the order. Alex Mitchell getting back in the car now. So here's the story of the race, ladies and gentlemen. 54 seconds is the gap between Steve Hicks and Josh Ladd. Sounds like a lot, but the number 21 has to make one final pit stop. What would you say, chaps? Would you rather take it sooner or leave it to the bitter end?
I think you'd run it out, wouldn't you? Run it out as far as it can go without having to do significant amounts of fuel saving, because you want to be pushing. We reckon Josh Ladd, in fact I was just trying to detect when we were on board with him just then with Josh Ladd, whether he is having to do anything in the way of significant fuel saving.
But to be honest, I was surprised in a way that Hale's last stint, it was only a 9. They didn't try and do another 10 to make sure that on the fuel that they were comfortable.
Well, they do seem to be comfortable, Andrew. He's definitely not fuel saving there as we went into Mulsanne with him. So they have to feel that they've got this in hand. 30
minutes to go. And we've got a cracking last 30 minutes in store here at Le Mans. On board with Josh Ladd, the car ahead is a yellow car, but it's not the yellow car of Steve Hicks. It's the 12th place car of Jay Elliott Purdy and Tom Dix, with Jay at the wheel of it at the moment. Esther asks, hello, what has happened to Craig Brown? They've had a couple of incidents through the Porsche curves. Still running there in 5th place, and they have completed a pit stop. Ooh, now that's been in the wall again, Howard. That's been in the wall again.
Yeah,
judging from that front, that's quite a badly damaged front wing, because it had only come in on lap 50. It's on lap 52.
It's driving straight.
This is a remarkable thing that Craig has a skill with this. Remember the one that he had at Daytona?
Yes.
Somehow
Yes, I
didn't
do.
manage to bend the steering on that one as well. How does he
But
do it?
My key question, though, Andrew, would be, okay, maybe its steering is fine. How's its straight line speed?
It's got to be down. It's got to be down. With how much that front wing is being forced upwards.
Or how's the stability through this
not
bit?
nice. Not nice. That's a horrible handling Ferrari. And I reckon you will be seeing that car. It's understeering like a pig. It's got no direction. It's like my football club. It's going absolutely nowhere. Oh dear, it just doesn't want to stop. It doesn't want to turn. And when it does want to go in a straight line, it's not going to do it very quickly. That looks pretty horrible. But Craig will crack on. He's got 7.5 seconds to Kirith Kalirai behind. There is Kirith in the back of your shot. Now, I'm going to have to say here, Mr. Graham, that this one wasn't Michael's fault. Ian's brake pedal bottled it, but the drivers in question did not. Give them some slack.
Just to let you know,
Or carry on with more berating. Either way, keep your chat messages coming in. Helps the algorithm.
Last time round, Hale and Ladd were half a second quicker than him.
Yep, they were indeed. And the pace is good from Steve Hicks.
Yeah,
Sorry,
gap is 53 seconds. And I reckon that he's going to do... Has he been doing 9 or 10 lappers, this car?
This car has
10 fairly comfortably, hasn't it?
It's stopped on lap 10, lap 20, lap 28, 37, 46. So it's been doing 9s more recently.
Okay, so based on that, I'd expect 2 more laps after this one.
That was the fastest lap of race 4 for Steve Hicks' car back last time by, so he is starting to open up throttle, not worry about fuel, and push on to his final stop.
We have got a difficult situation here, chaps. But if it is going to be one of these top 2, it's going to be a car involving a championship organiser or member of the championship organising committee. Fix? People are going to be calling a fix.
I called that weeks ago. What are you on about?
I have to say, it gets worse
Montgomery
because
then, aren't we? Come on.
it gets worse because one of those, because of the Class 2 points haul that you'd get for the win. Let's not go there. But it would be, all I shall say totally neutrally is it would be a very handy haul of points for Matt Hale in his bid for the Class 2 title this season.
Yes, it would. Steve Hicks is pushing. He's kicking up a little bit of dirt there on the approach to the Ford chicane.
In all seriousness, actually, both drivers could do with this. Matthew Whitefoot, it would move him quite healthily up into the top 5. Well, it would depend what other drivers were scoring around him, but it would be a very nice boost to his campaign as well. So there's something to be said for either of these drivers from a Class 2 perspective as to what it could do for the championship.
And if you want a proper call for fix, Chris Hansen is closing in on the Montgomery car, so we could have 3 championship organisers on the podium.
Yeah, and it's just courtesy of a new fastest lap of the race. As why did I just see
someone's
tyres
been off
smoke?
there.
Someone has been off. Someone has been off.
Whilst that's all going on, I'm going to give some thank yous for this stream tonight. Because I say this is it's a little bit of a hectically thrown together one. But big thanks to Steve, to Chris, to Matt. We've been putting in a lot of hard work to get this event together. Not just today, not just this week, but for at least a month to make sure that this one would run smoothly, and I think it's run far smoother than I thought it was going to be honest. Thank you to all of you who've been watching. We've had a steady stream of people watching the coverage throughout. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you're new around here, do give all them YouTube buttons a good old click. I'd like to thank my better half, which has probably made some people fall off their chairs and gone, what? This is news. This is the first time I've had freshly baked cookies handed to me in the middle of a broadcast, so thank you, Molly. Thank you for cooking my tea tonight as well, on the way back from Millbrook. Thank you to you, mate, because I've missed doing this live on a Wednesday night.
It's been good, hasn't it? It's been a really good one. Yeah, we couldn't do the last one live.
You weren't
Gosh,
there
I've
at
just
all.
realised. It's nice for me to be. Well, yes.
Thanks for turning up to work.
Yeah. I claim force majeure on the previous round.
We'll let you off.
Yeah, but isn't force majeure things that are out of your control?
That is a very good point, Mr. Whitehouse.
Hey, the due date is out of my control in my defence. And let's not go down that line of thought, Mr. Whitehouse. We'll stick with that. But yeah, no, it's been a pleasure, mate, to come back on air, and for an endurance event as well has been right on my street. So yeah.
Well, we've still got 22 minutes of this race to go. That is not for position. That is James Montgomery in third place, going past Jay Elliott.
The gap at the front is back out to 55 seconds, almost 56 now.
I shall throw in some thanks as well. Actually, I shall thank my better half because I've not had to do any parenting duty for the entire race.
Well, you're not babysitting while I was commentating.
You would be hearing something if I was if I was having to do that. And cheers as well to yourself, Andrew. Carrying getting everything ready on the comms perspective, making sure that we can stream this action out to the world as well, and give everyone a taste of this Club 100 iRacing Championship. It has gone well as ever.
I would also like to thank the world of Reddit, because touch wood, and I genuinely would like your feedback in the comments. The Elgato's been a lot smoother tonight. This looks a lot better than it did for Indianapolis. So thank you, Reddit. Thank you for the advice and the settings. Off. That's Chris Hansen. That is Chris Hansen off at no, that's not Indianapolis. That is coming out of chicane number 2.
No, that's well before Indianapolis. That's in a straight line.
Oh yeah, it's the kick.
It's the kick.
The right hand.
It's on the run from Mulsanne before. That is a very weird place to have it.
I am looking now. He's pulled off. He's put the brakes on, pulled off up against the barrier. I think he's had a wheel reset or something similar, because he pulls up for a moment of time and then gets going again. So I think a technical failure around Chris in real life has happened there.
Well, that is another car that was having a nice tidy run there that has gone wrong in the last hour of the race. Was in 4th place. You can see that on the green box on the side. It's not going to be P4 anymore. And, well, we've seen cars handling worse through Porsche curves so far today. That's not looking too pretty. Just looking at the front right. Doesn't look quite right to me. Is the car coming? Yes, the car is coming in. Well, it'll be a short stop for a fast repair, but this is another good runner. Was in contention for a podium. was trying to chase James Montgomery down in the number 14. It's all gone wrong in the 01. And not just for Chris Hansen, do you feel, but for James Fremont as well, who drove a brilliant triple stint to open this race. That car is going to tumble down the order now with 20 minutes to go.
And just to add there, I don't know how, but Sam Sanders' Chris Powell car is still in 7th place. We said it early in the race that Sam Sanders was running in 7th place.
Yep.
When he was in his stint, and it seems to be still in 7th place, miraculously.
Essa says hello, by the way, Dave. He said, "Is that DW?" So it's like, yes.
Hello,
His wheel
yes.
went crackers, so we took him in.
Yeah, thank you.
I
Thank
was
you.
adopted.
We didn't thank you because a car had gone into a wall, but it's been very lovely to have you along, David. So thanks for joining us.
That's all
Having
right.
had your wheel fail you. So yes, but yeah, running well here is the Powell Sanders car, and I think it just underlines what a good job that Chris Powell has done in an otherwise a season where he has also been really good. I'm losing the words at the moment, but he's done a good job.
Hello to Gaz Martin as well. I hope you're still watching, Gaz, because I only just spotted this one. But Gaz is subscribed to the DDMM YouTube channel and has Google privacy settings set accordingly that it comes up on my mini feed. So thank you, Gaz. If you're new around here and you haven't already done so, please do consider pressing the subscribe button. It really does help. As into the pits comes Steve Hicks for the splash and dash. Right, he needs another, what are we saying, 17 minutes by the time he gets to the pits. It's going to be, it's at least 4 laps, possibly 5. There is Josh Ladd. And he is entering Porsche curves now. Oh, this is tense. This is really, really tense. You get the feeling, I think Josh Ladd is in range. The bottom end in the Granny's Annex bit of the Le Mans pit lane. This was the extension that they put in a few years ago to get the number of cars up towards 60. Fuel going in. There is Josh Ladd approaching the Ford chicane. Away goes Hicks. Surely they've got the right amount of fuel in and is going to come out in the lead of the motor race.
That is a super significant moment in the closing stages then, and it's a gap of, well, it's just leveling out now, but it looks like it's a gap of about 11 seconds, Andrew.
Yep.
At this point.
So
that's huge.
That is 3 hours and 43 minutes and 40 seconds. 47, 51, 47, 51, 50. I think we've got 5 more laps left here. I think this is going to catch somebody out, you know.
We have a big battle for 4th place as well, as Callie Wright has caught Craig Brown.
Yep.
So 2 out-drivers battling away. And I don't think Felix Connolly's too far behind, but I'm not sure on his pace to catch them.
His pace to catch them isn't too shabby. He's some 7 seconds back. If Craig Brown, well, if they start battling Brown and Callie Wright, he may very well catch them. If Callie Wright gets past Brown, then based on their current pace, Connolly might be able to catch Brown by the end. But I don't think, at the moment, Connolly doesn't have the advantage over Callie Wright to catch him, unless he gets held up in a battle. So this is going to be an interesting one to watch.
I'm going to go on a limit. I think everyone's okay, because I've got this being a 60-lap race, and I'm not seeing anyone who pitted on, you know, like 48 or 49. Everybody out there now pitted on lap 50 or later. So there's a couple of cars out there that are going to need to get a 10-lap stint out of this.
Challenge that slightly. The number 15 of James Corp pitted on 49, and the number 20, the number 27 of Jay Elliott, although they are a lap down, so they will complete 1 lap less, all things being equal. But they last pitted on lap 47. So there are a few out there.
I say Mr. Maffa seemed very certain. Is he going to bet one of his freshly baked cookies on it?
Nope, because I've eaten them all already.
And it wouldn't be a fresh cookie by the time it had been mailed to any of us. So,
what are you trying to say about? No, actually, I'm really right about romance. Back to the lead.
Daddy.
Other couriers are available.
Yeah. Steve Hicks just come through Indianapolis quite nicely. He's just about to head towards the Porsche curbs, and Josh Ladd is pushing hard behind. He is, if my sim will let me see where he is, just starting the same straight. So we get Hicks just out of view for Josh Ladd at this moment in time.
Hasn't this been a good run? Number 14, only 20 seconds off the lead. And we noted that they'd got the AM drive time out of the way nice and quickly. We spoke to Murray earlier. Slight unfortunate moment with the pit limiter, and one has to wonder where they would be if not for that. Here is the pass though going on for 4th place. And Kirith, it is Kirith now?
Yeah,
is it Nathan?
Kirith into the end.
Kirith through on Craig Brown, and that is a change for 4th place. The 999 benefiting there. And now it is the question of, can Craig Brown hold off Felix Connolly? There he is in the background. Is yes, that is Connolly in the background. Thought I was going slow for a second, but was just getting the traction down out of Arnage.
Gap at the front, 9.9 seconds.
But is there enough time on the clock for Josh Ladd? Has Josh Ladd got enough fuel in the tank going spare that he can push to close that down? Past pitted on lap number 50. And we've got this down as a 60 lap race and finishing after 4 hours and 3 minutes. He's closing. That's another few tenths gone on the run to Tertre Rouge. Down the Mulsanne straight now, heading towards the Daytona chicane. Past the decathlon. Get your tents and your tent poles when you leave them behind in England. Don't stop in for a meal at the restaurant this time round. Save that for the evening. Break at the end of the barrier. He's pushing hard, isn't he, Howard?
Absolutely. He is really... There's definitely no fuel saving going on in this Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. Pushing hard here. It's 25 past 8 sim time.
I mean we've talked about
track temperature and night. It's a 20-degree track temperature, so he should get good pace at the moment. Sorry, Andy.
Sorry, no, that was my fault. We were talking about Matt Hale and the 100 points for Class 2. Just from my mind, the both drivers in the winning effort will get 100 championship points this evening. Josh Ladd did not have a good IndyCar round at Indianapolis Motor Speedway a number of weeks ago, and has missed rounds. He is short on the old drop scores available to him for the remainder of this season, even now at the halfway stage of the season. So I just wonder, is he pushing right now, knowing that this is a bad day for Michael Preston, thinking, I might need these extra few points for my own championship bid once we get to December?
I honestly, right now, I think he's... I'm not sure that's factoring in his thinking at all. It's something he'll think maybe at the end. But right now, I think he is in full race driver mode. And he'll be seeing the time ticking down, the delta ticking down. And he'll have but one thought at the moment, which is nailing every single one of these corners.
9 seconds, under 9 seconds now, the gap to Steve Hicks. Kicks up another bit of dirt coming through Indianapolis into Arnage now, nice and smooth. Here's the 5th place number 41 with Craig Brown at the wheel, who's not letting Kirith Kalirai get away from him here. This race for 4th place is not over.
No, and currently it's still going to be interesting. You can see that Felix Connolly is getting closer. This is going to be an interesting one right through to the end. How much is that front splitter damage upsetting the car? This is going to be an interesting one.
It is less than 10 minutes to go now. Where is our leader? Just coming through. There is Josh Ladd coming out of Porsche curves and past karting. 2 kart circuits off 2 drivers right. The international karting course. So it's for many a big event, World Championship rounds, Grand Finals, etc. And the Alain Prost car, which 24-hour karting series based up in Teesside. We've run events on for many a year.
A new fastest lap of race for the Hicks car.
And a new fastest lap for the Ladd car as well. So 3:53.25 for Steve Hicks that last time around. 3:51.60. So what was that? That's about 1.5 seconds, or within the tolerance of that.
I don't think it's enough though. I think if Hicks can continue to absorb this pressure and keep up this pace, I think they're going to run out of runway.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Andrew,
it needs to be 2 seconds a lap. That the closing speed is. Jay Elliott is in for a bit of a top up towards the end of the race.
He is. Yeah, I think that was the car that we identified. I think they pitted on lap 47, so they always were going to be a mightily impressive effort to get to the end there. The question is there anybody else who wants to come on pit? Oh, is there some damage on the front right as well on that?
Yep.
I think there's yep, there it is.
Just further back, James Corp is catching the Sanders Powell car for 7th overall.
Yeah, very true.
2.4 seconds is the gap between them there.
Yeah. And about 1.5 seconds faster last time out was James Corp, or last time around, I should say.
7.2 seconds now, the gap between Hicks and Ladd. Lap 57 out of what we reckon is going to be a 60-lap race. And Steve Hicks has just got to keep it smooth, of course. The worst thing he could do right now is throw it off the road. But that is the gap. And Josh Ladd will be able to see that. He'll be able to see that bright yellow Ferrari on his screen. That'll just make him push a little bit harder. Take another 5% of risk to try and reel Steve Hicks in. Very close, I think, between Brown and Connolly. Connolly is now 1.25 seconds behind Brown. There could be a change for 5th place in the last stages of this race, and look at that. That is right on the edge of going a little bit too far, getting a split mute situation and going round for the number 42. The gap is under 7 seconds. Listening to Steve Hicks feathering his way through the Porsche curves. Little downshift, just shifting the weight ever so slightly. Past the karting circuits, there is the circuit Alain Prost in the background. Count over the next few days for details regards the British 24-hour. Here is your battle between Craig Brown and Felix Connolly. Felix Connolly on his return to the Club 100 and BUKC iRACIng Championship. Is he going to have a look down into our notch? He's going to just put himself in the wing mirrors of Craig Brown. Craig Brown's car, as we say, has been in the wars. It's not a happy Maranello machine at the moment. And Felix Connolly, very strong driver. Remember him having some great battles at Daytona at the start of last season. It's great to have him back, even if it is just for this one-off here at Le Mans. As he's not looking in the middle of Porsche curves, is he? He is looking in the middle of Porsche curves, and he's gone round the outside of Craig Brown in the second part of Porsche curves. Both drivers gave each other room, but that was a heck of a piece of driving from Felix Connolly.
Yeah, that was really brave stuff there. And yeah, it is interesting to see how their strategy has played out for this 23 car with that early stop.
While you've been watching that battle through Porsche curbs, 2 seconds Josh Ladd took out of Steve Hicks last time by.
Yeah, the gap now down to 5.2 seconds. This is the other close battle on track. This is the James Corp caught up onto the back of Christopher Powell, and that is a change right there if he can just keep his foot in it through to the Dunlop chicane. And there we go. Christopher Powell slots into position there, and seems to be interested mostly in just running this one through to the end and bringing it home.
They're on lap 59. They've got this and one more to go. Less than 4 minutes on the clock. Here is your leader, Steve Hicks. Steve Hicks and Matthew Whitefoot sharing this car in round 7 of the 2022 Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. This Pro-Am event, 4-hour race around Le Mans. And we hoped, we dreamed when we made the draw for all the drivers. They didn't know who they were going to be paired with until the Friday of race week for the real 24 hours of Le Mans. And when we made the draw at Le Mans, we were like, oh, what if we just got a scenario where into the last lap of the race it was still up for grabs in the race stakes, and that's exactly what we're going to get. 4.7 seconds is now the gap. There, you just see the headlights of Josh Ladd. It looks like it's a long distance, but he is charging through into Indianapolis for the penultimate time. Has to take risks now if he's going to win this race. It's looking classically smooth. Sometimes wonder how Josh can take this much speed through these corners. 4.5 seconds now. He's on the lights. We saw Matt Hale doing this earlier. Anything to try and put the driver ahead off. 2 minutes of time remaining. No chance for Steve Hicks to lift off and try and make the race a lap shorter. He's got to go on to that 60th lap here at Circuit de la Sarthe. On paper, Howard, you'd say he's got enough, but round this place, you just do not know.
Well, this is what I was saying a few laps ago, that he had enough, but it is going to be mightily tight here. I definitely concede that point, and the question is going to be, when you start to see the other car in your wing mirror, your rear view mirror, excuse me, how does that impact the mentality and the pace?
1 lap to go then. 3 hours, 58 minutes and 39 seconds as they come over the line. One more lap. The next time round, the 4 hours will be up and the checkered flag will be out. But will Steve Hicks still be in the lead of this one? Or is Josh Ladd going to snatch victory away from Hicks and Matthew Whitefoot in that number 21? They've gone through the Dunlop chicane, down into the Forest S's now. On board with Josh Ladd. You can see that yellow car getting closer. Look how close to the grass he is there. Millimetre perfect through the Forest S's. Up over the rise. Very easy place to get things wrong in a GT3. We saw many GT3 cars in the Road to Le Mans Cup races in the wall on drivers right through there a couple of weekends ago. Flashing the lights again. Out of Touch Rouge. Down the first part of the Mulsanne straight, and off is Craig Brown. Craig Brown off and in the wall. That is in Porsche curves. That really is a broken Ferrari now, and he's going to lose positions to Christopher Powell, potentially Alex Mitchell as well. There's changes going on here as Felix Connolly's going past Kirith Cali-Rai. This is for 4th place as they go on to the last lap of the race.
James Corp's had to box for fuel.
James. Now we said that this might happen with James Corp. You called it absolutely spot on, Howard. That car was not going to make it to the end of lap number 60. 2.6 seconds now the gap between Hicks and Ladd. Heading down to the second chicane now. Still on the lights is Josh Ladd. Real proper drama here at the end of round 7 for the 2022 Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. It's not done yet. 2.3 seconds is now the gap for Josh Ladd. If he gets one sniff of a dive bomb into the forward chicane, you've got to think that Josh Ladd's going to go for it.
The older, well, I say the older tyres, I don't actually. I've lost track of tyres, if I'm perfectly honest. I'm not sure who's on the fresher rubber here. But, I mean, the pace advantage is clearly with Ladd at this stage. It's just whether or not he runs out of runway as the gap goes down to 2.1 seconds now. The question is going to be, though,
does he get a slipstream out of Arnage?
Well, this is the thing, and if he, how many more overtaking opportunities does he actually have if he catches? You know, the old adage of catching is one thing, passing it is another may very well apply here. There's not all that many places to get by if Hicksey can make it to the Porsche curves.
And he is having to save fuel. You just saw him dip the clutch in there on the no-name right-hander before Indianapolis. I think he's short on fuel here. I don't think he can fully push. We did wonder whether it would be a thing towards the end of the race when they pitted on lap number 50. 1.7 seconds now. We know Hicks is fine for fuel. They have splashed and dashed about 4 laps ago. The windscreen wipers on now. Josh Ladd's trying everything here that he can in his massive talent bag to wrestle victory away from Matthew Whitefoot and Steve Hicks. But I think he's going to be just short today here at Le Mans. Through the Porsche curves for the final time. Past karting. After 4 hours here at Le Mans. Steve Hicks, strong at the start, sat in second place in the first stint, did some good moves back and forth with Matthew Whitefoot on the strategy. Steve Hicks and Matthew Whitefoot become the first Pro-Am winners, and they take it by half a second. They win round 7 of the 2022 Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. What a race. Josh Ladd and Matt Hale finish in second place. Third place is going to go to, and I think he's out of fuel possibly as well, James Montgomery and Murray Adams. Big haul of points for Murray Adams in Class 2 today. They are going to be on the podium.
Preston Sumner car had to stop for fuel as well, Andrew,
yep.
So they couldn't quite make it either on that.
Fourth place is going to go to Felix Connolly and Andrew Dawson. Here they are. Great drive, great strategy. Didn't have it, you know, very easy in the early stages of this race, but a good, clean run. They would have wanted this race to go for another couple of hours because they definitely had the strategy strong today to get more out of this race. But it's going to be fourth place for Felix Connolly and Andrew Dawson. Good haul of points that for Dawson as well in his Class 2 ranks. The 999 is going to be next, but only just. Kirith Kalirai and Nathan Maximin in the single rig effort make it home and are in the top 5 by 10 kart lengths ahead of Sam Sanders and Christopher Powell, who complete the top 6. And then we're into the cars of what might have been a crash in the last hour for Alex Mitchell and Alex Cobb. They in the end finish in 7th. They had the pace potentially to win it. They'll come back stronger next time, no doubt. Good drive this. James Corb finishes in 8th place there alongside Peter O'Connor. There's been a space launch on the pit straight. That's the most, well, incredible thing I think we've seen on the pit straight so far today. Here comes the 9th place car, Craig Brown. Difficult run for Craig Brown today, but Craig Brown and Cam Watson finish inside the top 10. Chris Hansen, technical problem we believe in his last hour means that the 0-1 finishes in 10th place. That effort with James Fremont. And off the lead lap, you had Ian Sumner and Michael Preston finishing in 11th place. 12th place for Jay Elliott and Tom Dix. 13th place here. They're still going. They'll get points for 13th place. Alan Curtis and James Waller in the Michelin Ferrari. Tough race. This is a circuit that often humbles drivers. And you did have to feel for them after that spin at Arnage on lap number 1, but they come home in 13th place. And there, still getting points for 14th place, is David Whitehouse racing with himself. Wheel issues putting the 777 out in the first hour and a half. Wow. What a race, gentlemen.
Yes, I think we've been joined. Have we been joined, or are we soon to be joined by some race winners, some Le Mans, some Club 100 iRacing Le Mans champions, we might say.
We are here.
A massive congratulations for big. You said it would be close, Hixie, when we spoke to you a few hours ago. You weren't wrong. You weren't wrong. You're not helping. You know, when you call it like 2 hours out, you're not helping the idea that this isn't a fix. But that was a legitimately very exciting end to that one.
I thought with 4 laps to go, it was under control, and then Josh just was ballistic. And then one more lap, I was done.
Yeah.
But yeah, Matt drove really well. He is in here. I think he's muted. Unmute yourself, Matt.
I'm here.
Here he is. Here he is. Yeah, Matt drove amazing. Didn't get a single slowdown for the whole race. I think if he got one, that was it. We didn't win.
And that's easier said than done round this circuit, particularly on the run onto the Mulsanne straight. It's so easy to pick one up.
It's actually my first 3 stints without a slowdown. Every practice session I had at least 1 or 2 at some point in the stint. So
that's perfect. You pull that out when it counts. That's brilliant.
When it matters.
Matt, sum up the experience of the last couple of weeks since we made the draw. It's your first season in the championship as a full competitor. How much have you learnt over the last 12 days or so since we made the draw?
Quite a lot, because me and Steve have been talking quite a lot just about strategy and little shortcuts and where to find a bit of time, but also make it a bit more stable. So yeah, it's been good. We've been looking forward to it. We thought it had quite a good chance. So I'm happy it worked out quite well, and I didn't ruin it for the team. Well, team of 2, but yeah.
And in terms of your Class 2 effort as well, that's 100 points. That's going to be the biggest haul for anyone in Class 2, I think, this season. Are you looking further up the table now?
I am. I've got my eye on top 3 now, hopefully. But I'm quite looking forward to races at the back end of the season as well. So like TCRs and Formula 3s and GT3s I'm quite strong in. The Mazdas I struggle a bit, so I think I'm looking good for the end of the year.
Absolutely. What do you think was the toughest part of that race? I know it's still very fresh in the mind after those 4 hours.
I had a few scary moments where I lost the rear, managed to catch it, which absolutely scared the life out of me. And then having to sit here and keep my mouth shut to let Stevie concentrate.
Yeah, the last bit, we knew about 30 minutes from the end, we knew it was close, but we couldn't quite figure out that was when the Nathan Kireth car was going really fast.
Yeah.
We weren't sure how that was going to wind up. Unfortunately, they went. I'm assuming it was Nathan in the car on a light fuel, went in the wall, and I guess that's. Well, I think it would have been very close with them because I'm guessing Kireth would have got back into the end with the lead ahead of us.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe they may have run out of fuel on the last lap.
Well, they're classified on my screen in 5th. But
yeah, they did a 4:08 on the last lap.
Okay. But they got to the line though. Yeah, well, we weren't sure where we were against that car, and we knew it was close with the Matt Hale car because we'd kind of been yo-yoing around them all race. But we, as soon as we noticed that they were doing the 11 lappers at the start, we realised that they weren't going to be doing a splash, and we knew we were committed to doing the splash. So we knew it was going to be a bit close, but not 0.5 seconds close.
Very good stuff indeed. Sorry, Dave, go ahead.
I was just going to say, on the last lap, Josh Ladd did a 50.8.
Yeah.
So alien stuff.
There wasn't a lot more he probably could have found on that last lap to try and catch you.
I said he wasn't pushing. I thought he was still fuel saving to the end. My goodness me.
Yeah.
Steve, sum up this one. Obviously, you've done very well. You've got a full haul of points. But how do you think that's gone for our first team endurance event?
I think it's gone pretty well. Maybe one or two things we could tweak here or there. But I think as a first effort, it's gone pretty well. The random draw, on the whole, I think was pretty fair. Yeah, I think it's been pretty good. Maybe we could do another one at some point. Teams of 3. We could have gold, silver, and bronze, and then a bit more variation that way in the teams.
Absolutely.
But no, yeah, I think it's gone pretty well.
Well, there we go. That is our result for tonight. A couple of things for you guys watching. Thank you very much for everyone who's watched, even if it's just been like the last 10 minutes or you've been with us from the very, very start. It's been an epic stream tonight. No items this weekend to report, but the following weekend we will have some DDMM commentary at Fullbeck. Am I right in saying, Howard, this is the first time that we've had a DDMM commentary at Fullbeck?
You are, yes.
Yes,
I'm pretty confident that, we have not had commentary from Fullbeck, so that'll be making its DDMM debut, or DDMM will be making its debut, so that's cool.
Yeah, Super 1 at Fullbeck. You'll be able to follow that on the Sunday, the 3rd of July, on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. The following week, we will have commentary from Silverstone for Formula Student 2022, so commentary from myself and Giles Cosgrove on the 9th and 10th of July. And then let's finish it off with the next time that we'll have a round of this championship. Round 8 of the championship will be on Wednesday, the 13th of July. We will be at Silverstone once again. This time we'll be in the Formula 3 cars. That should be a very, very exciting round, and the last round before our summer break here in the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. Howard, any last words before we head off for this evening?
I echo what you say. Thank you, anyone who has supported the stream, or if you're even watching this on replay, on the catch up in the future. Thank you very much for taking the time. Do please like, share, subscribe, and just for the perspective of this championship, mate. That we were talking to Hixie earlier, and you and I have been involved. Many of the people we've interacted with as a stream have been involved since the very beginning. I think this has been a really impressive event. Yeah. And it's been a real sort of
a watershed.
It's been yet another key waypoint in the development of this championship, and that's been fantastic to see. And I'm just delighted that we got such a great grandstand finish as well to top that off. So huge congratulations to thanks to everyone who competed, and a huge congratulations to those who made it happen.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you, mate. Thank you for all your efforts. Thank you, David. Thank you for joining us on comms, impromptu, but thank you for all the stats and the faster stats along the way. Thank you very much for watching. Big thanks to our sponsors as ever, G3 Pro and Simply Catnip. Do check us out across your social media networks at Double Dash MM. Subscribe if you've not done so already. Click that notification bell. We've been Double Dash Motorsport Media. Thank you very much for watching this very special round of the 2022 Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. Enjoy the rest of your week. Have a good weekend, and we'll catch up with you next time we're on the air for Super 1 at Fullbeck. Bye bye.